Good afternoon. Welcome to the Education Funding Task Force for May. Appreciate everyone being here today. I hope that this schedule works for most people. We're not going to avoid conflicts, but I do appreciate those who've made an effort to be here in person. And I do know we have a couple of members on WebEx as well. And please, members, feel free if you need to. I would rather have you join that way than not at all. So that's always an option. I know everyone has crazy busy schedules, and we just appreciate you being here this afternoon. We will meet tomorrow from 9 to 3. So hopefully we'll get everyone back tomorrow. So we are going to start this afternoon, and let me just preface a little bit by saying that up to this point, we've done a lot of informational hearings. This afternoon is really no different, but we felt like with the focus on special education funding, that to do a deeper dive into that in light of the context of how we may or may not look at that in a new funding formula, that we really needed a little deeper dive into that, and with this being a half day, the timing worked very well. Tomorrow, buckle up, because all of the information that we've been getting to this point, laying that foundation for, we're going to roll up our sleeves and start having discussions and digging into the work of actually what this task force is supposed to be doing. So just wanted to kind of set that expectation for the next couple of days. And with that, we will begin with a review of our current special education funding and distribution formulas from Jennifer Light with KLRD. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer Light, KLRD. I know there is a lot of information in your packets in front of you. We're going to start with the White Special Education State Aid memo. We did try to put these things in order for you today, and we will call out the colors of the documents as we talk about it. As we work through the white document, we will also be referencing the pink and green sheets that are the examples of the cost formula and the distribution formulas, so you may want to have those handy as well. The Federal Individual with Disabilities Act, or Education Act, the IDEA Act, requires states to provide special education services to children with disabilities between the ages of 3 and 21. At the state level, the Special Education for Exceptional Children's Act generally mirrors what the state or what the federal law has, but it does include several additional special education requirements for schools. These additional requirements include identifying and providing services to gifted students, using interventions in the regular education classroom before referring a student to special education, and providing special education services to children who reside in the district but attend a private school upon request. There are two portions to the state aid for special education. One side is the calculation and one side is distribution, and those are two completely different areas that we talk about. Sometimes they get pushed together and we assume that it's all in one pile, but they really are two separate sections of how we look at special education state aid. I'm going to start with state aid calculation. KSA 723422 provides for state aid in the form of a reimbursement for the excess costs associated with providing special education services. It sets the reimbursement rate, which is known as categorical aid, at 92% of the total state excess costs. However, it provides for prorating state aid if the appropriation for special education state aid does not equal that 92%. Excess costs and the statutory amount of state aid are calculated through a formula. The formula that is on the green sheets that we will be referencing. And I'm going to go ahead and walk through the formula. So and what I'm going to do, the green table has it broken out in multiple steps that do not quite match what is in the memo. They are all the same thing, they just are laid out slightly different. So I'm going to reference which ones I'm talking about as I go. So the first step is to calculate the general education funding for special education students. And this step is steps 1 through 7 on the green sheet. So the first thing they do is the Department of Education calculates the general education funding for special education students by calculating the weighted FTE student enrollment without the at-risk bilingual CTE, special education, and transportation weightings. So that's step 1A and B on the green sheet. They then take that number and multiply it by base to get to the dollar amount. And then we divide the dollar amount by the unweighted FTE, which is step 3. And this is current year FTE, and it includes pre-K at risk, but it is not the previous year's. It's not the adjusted FTE, it is the current year enrollment FTE discussion. After that, we calculate the special education FTE enrolled, which is step 4. So that is determining the total number of students that receive special education and related services in the school districts. We multiply step 4 by step 3 on the green sheet, and then we multiply the amount of step 5 by the statewide average for the local option budget authority percentage. All of that, once combined, gets you to the total general education funding for special education students. So that's steps 1 through 7 would be what is referenced as step 1 in the memo. Step 2 of the memo is calculating the federal funding, and that's steps 8 and 9 on the green sheet. And to do that, we calculate the federal education for special education, the Medicaid funding for special education students, and then the hospital funding, the state hospital funding for the students. And we add those together to get to the federal funding. Now on the green sheet, we go ahead and add together steps 7, 8, and 9. So basically, we add steps 1 and 2 from the white sheet together. And I am seeing Frank.
So actually, Madam Chair, we just got something from Mr. Porter that the live stream the WebEx hadn't started for him yet. So I just wanted to.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm
on.
engrossed in the formula and I wasn't looking up. Thank you. I got the nod. Are we?
We're live. There's nobody in the lobby waiting to join this one. They might be looking at tomorrow's WebEx. That happens sometimes.
Let's see if she's on the right one. If not, maybe go out, come back in, and I'll watch my text too to see if she's still having trouble, but thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Jennifer, please continue.
Madam Chair, you want me to continue or wait just for a minute to make sure that they're on the WebEx?
We'll see if we can quickly troubleshoot it, but I don't.
I'm on, Madam Chair.
Oh, she's on. Okay, good. Yes, Senator Petty. Okay. And I believe we also have State Board Porter, Member Porter. He's, okay, so Senator Petty's on, so we know maybe it's on his end. We'll keep trying to get him on. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and proceed.
Okay, so we've calculated federal funding. We've calculated the general education funding for these special education students. The final step is to calculate the estimated special education and related services expenditures part. Now, it's KSD's practice to estimate the current year's expenditures by applying an inflationary factor to the prior year's actual expenditures, and that is still the practice as we go through figuring out how to do the calculation of special education state aid. So that would be step 11 on the green piece of paper. The step 4 is to calculate the total excess costs, and to do that, you basically subtract step 11 or step 10 from step 11 on the green sheet. So you're taking and subtracting all the general state aid, the federal, and from the total special education estimate. That gets you to what we call excess costs, which, as you know, is the amount that is on top of the base aid going out to students. And then to calculate what the statutory amount is, we take that number and multiply it by 92%, and that is what the excess costs would be in total. It's a very long, complicated formula, but I think the green sheet and the examples that we have on there do help walk through in a slightly easier way for you to follow. But it is, if you basically think about it, 3 big calculation steps. We calculate what is the base, we calculate federal funding, we calculate special education and related expenditures, and then we subtract the base and the federal funding from those to then get to excess costs. Be happy to stand for questions here before we move on to distribution, or I can continue.
I was going to say, let's pause right there. I know I have one question, but I want to open it up to the committee because it'll probably get asked. Senator Gossage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. You always do a really thorough job. I think the question that all of us have is we say we're calculating the federal. Of course, the federal never really pays the federal amount. So when we calculate the federal, what number are we basing that on? What percentage?
So I may phone a friend here and ask Dr. Harwood for that information.
And my apologies, we do have a member sitting in that, from his title, I'm assuming might be able to shed some light, or Dr. Harwood, and I'd like to welcome Dean. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. Dean, who's the Assistant Director of Special Education and Title Services for KSDE. I'm sorry, what is your last name?
So it looks like Zajic, but it's Zeitz.
Okay,
Good
that's how I was going to pronounce it, so I'm glad I asked. So if Dr. Harwood or on your side would be able to shed some light.
So the federal amount is the amount that the state receives in federal funds. So it's not what somebody might think the federal government should send, it's what it is. It also includes Medicaid reimbursement along with IDEA and any other federal funds that are used for special education expenses.
And Medicaid reimbursement is partial state funding as well.
We would probably need somebody from KDHE to answer that question exactly, but yes, I think there is some there, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's about 40%.
Okay, but then that gets counted as federal funds and gets subtracted back out of what the state portion would then be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is why it gets so complicated and frustrating, is it feels like a shell game, not accusing anybody of that. Just saying you can see why people are like, well, why are we doing this? We calculate it in, then we take it back out. So when you say we calculate what the federal government is paying, at what point do you know how much the federal government is paying?
Yeah. So for this, it is based on what we've actually received in the federal grant awards from the federal government, whether that's through the IDA funds, the federal special education funds, and even in the case of like as you well point out, Senator, there's the state contribution to school-based Medicaid and the federal contribution, and those are separated and tracked separately throughout that process. So we do have the final amounts throughout, but it is based on the actual money received, not on estimates for that piece.
And so when you say actual money received, this sounds like if I may, Madam Chair, it sounds like it is a retroactive calculation. In other words, it's because usually with education, this is our budget, this is how much we need, then you get paid. This is basically stating in advance, we know that historically the federal government has given us X percentage, 13%, whatever it's been, and so we anticipate they will give us 13%. Is that what I'm hearing you say, or how are you determining how much they pay?
For the purpose of the calculation, go ahead. I'll let you go ahead, Fred.
We actually use the actual receipts from that year. So all of these calculations are based on the prior year's actual receipts.
Okay.
And then the other part we actually get notified from KDHE how much they paid to districts in Medicaid reimbursement.
They being
KDHE.
how much KDHE has paid in.
Yeah, KSDE doesn't have really any part of Medicaid reimbursement. We just get, KDHE notifies us of how much was distributed each year to school districts.
And one last question, if I may, Madam Chair, and I'll just announce to the committee now, I have a scheduling conflict with another committee, so I will be leaving at about 1:10. If you see me walk out, I'll try to come back. I don't think that meeting is going to last as long, and it is off-site, so I'll come back. So thank you for letting me ask my questions now. There is some discussion about having the MCOs pay for those Medicaid costs, and I'm wondering how you see that affecting the formula, if that were to happen.
So I don't think it would affect the formula. That would just be, instead of KDHE distributing the dollars to the school districts, the MCOs would. I mean, we would still just look at what was the total amount distributed to school districts in Medicaid reimbursement, regardless of who was, I guess, writing the check. I don't think it would make any difference at all.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, just to sort of summarize all of the steps, when you walk through this, if my understanding is incorrect, I'm asking for redirection, but the purpose of all of these calculations appears to be to account for the general education funding, any weightings that apply to students who also are special ed students on IEPs, federal funding received, if it's state-sourced Medicaid fund, any of the funds that contribute to the services these students are receiving is all added up, and then the subtracting back out is to reduce from where we got to the cost of special education. You subtract out the funding that's already been received so that we are left with excess costs. Is that a correct understanding of the green sheet?
Madam Chair, that would be correct. It's basically, I think you summarized that very well.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Director Rooker? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But I would clarify that there's one more step in that. There are 5 different weightings that are removed in the calculation, and one is a pretty major one, and that's at risk. And we've had 2 legislative post audits on this particular weighting, in which I think it was between 95 and 98% of all expenditures for at risk were for regular classroom teachers. So that is an indicator that that number is not being averaged inside what is provided for those special education students, because there are special education students that are also at-risk students, and we don't get to count those dollars. And in addition to that, you know, we all know that it's an FTE base, so you may have 88,000 students, but you may only have, you know, maybe they only receive services 1 time a week. And so I do think that that is an inherent flaw that was written into the formula, and that's just one opinion, but it is not calculated. Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that KSDE does not do this calculation on its own. This is actually done by the consensus estimating group. So there is information that KSDE provides. There's also information that other agencies provide, but at the end, they would look at the estimates that we have and at the things we have in there, and then the consensus estimating group would put forth the excess cost. Doesn't come just from KSDE.
Okay, quick comment on the Medicaid reimbursement. Currently, the way I understand, we just had an Inspector General report come out. If you have not seen that, I encourage you. I printed it out. It was quite thick. I'm just started reading that last night. Basically, what's happening, as I understand it, is LEAs, or local education agencies, are billing for services provided to students who qualify for Medicaid on a fee for service basis, whereas we've contracted with MCOs, and just bottom line, what I've gathered so far is in the last 25 months, there's been $48 million paid that perhaps MCOs should have been covering rather than fee for service. So my whole reason for stating that is stay tuned. I think I don't know that it affects anything other than the source of the funding and where that's coming from, but know that that is a topic of conversation, and a new report just came out regarding that. And so I just want to bring that to this task force knowledge if you hear anything around that. I still don't understand how that may affect our work here, but there is talk about schools and the Medicaid reimbursement portion of how that's funded. So yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you mind sharing that, a link to that, because I haven't seen it yet? Thank you.
Happy to share that, and so you will get that. And like I said, it is quite lengthy, but I will be glad to share that report with everyone. Yes, Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know where we are right now as the state of Kansas, but there's also, in the realm of early childhood services, I think we have some rules that if updated, we could bill Medicaid eligible services differently than we are right now. That I didn't come equipped to discuss today with more detail, but it's something to put on the radar if we're looking at Medicaid reimbursement and how and where the funding is sourced. That would actually probably be an important element to look at.
Thank you. And if it's not part of the scope of the work of this, I do think it's important that this task force is aware of how that funding mechanism and the changes that may or may not be coming. I think it's important for us to understand, to be able to speak to that. So just wanted, in light of the previous conversation. So thank you. I do have a question, though. Jennifer, I think you said that on step 11, where they look at prior fiscal year expenditures with estimated increases, that was based on the CPI or CPIU, the estimated increase in expenditures for special ed. Am I following that correctly?
Madam Chair, it's based on an inflationary factor. It is not tied to the CPIU increase the same way as the state foundation aid is tied to it, but they do look at it on an the consensus. The education consensus group does factor in an inflationary amount when considering the estimated special education costs, because they take the amount from the previous year and then take and use that inflationary amount to estimate the current year's. So they take last year's actuals for special education costs and then use the inflationary factor. I believe it was 2%, but I would have to double check that, and I'd be happy to get back to you with what we used in the last round. We do not. We do estimates twice a year with the consensus.
Okay,
group.
so my follow-up to that would be, we build in CPIU currently. So now we're adding an additional inflationary on top of the CPIU that's already built into the formula. Is that correct?
So, Madam Chair, the CPIU is not built into the special education state aid. It's built
not
into
SPED, I'm talking
right,
about the
well,
base.
It is in base. The special education state aid is not part of the base. The special education state aid is, we're going to talk about how the weighting for the special education in a little bit, but basically when we're talking about special education state aid and we're talking about the dollars, the $611 million that's going to go for fiscal year 2026, that is the amount that we have to spend. But when they're talking about the actual dollars for excess costs, that is done using this inflationary to make sure that we are covering the increase in both students and costs over the course of time. But it is not, the CPIU is not used to calculate special education state aid.
Do special education students get base?
Well, they do. Yes,
And
Madam
there's
Chair.
an inflationary factor built into that.
That is correct.
Okay, that's what and then there's an inflationary built into just the excess cost?
So when we
That's what I'm trying to understand, if it's an on top of, a double of the inflation?
Think about it this way. We have the special education costs. We have the final $100 that we say, and then we use the inflationary cost of 25%, we get to 125. That is the final special education state or excess. That is the final number that we're using to calculate the estimated expenditures for special education state aid. Then we would subtract out base. So we would subtract out the base number of $588 and then the CPIU increase to the 5,378. So the entire CPIU increase is subtracted out from that final total. So I apologize. The CPIU increase is included in the base, but we are moving it back out of the final total to get to what excess costs come down to.
That's what I wanted the clarification on. That's what I want clarification on. Representative Williams.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. But a couple of things to note on that. Number one, that inflationary CPIU is going to be multiplied by every single weighting. Some of the weightings we're using in the calculation, some of them we're not. So every single student, whether they're special education or not, is going to get at least about a two-person. They qualify for at least about two weightings. I mean, one or two. So, and then the second thing is there is a inflationary increase built into, not into our formula, but through the regulatory process, the consensus revenue. They go ahead and add an inflation number. They say, well, we're going to increase by 150 teachers, and they're going to have an increase in salary by 4.5%. So they add those two things in it automatically in order to derive that number. So you've got a couple of inflationary components that will impact the bottom line, even though you are, and she's absolutely correct, pulling out, but you're not pulling out all of it.
Dr. Harwood.
So yes, there is an estimate of increase in special education expenses, which as Representative Williams talked about, is based on what we think will be increased.
He needs to be on mic. He needs to be on mic.
Thank you.
Yeah, will be an increase of what we think teacher salary is going to be and the number, the increase in the number of individuals that will be special education. The increase in the base that you were talking about is figured in to what gets subtracted out. So the one goes up because of what we think is going to be increased cost. The state gets credit for a greater amount based on the base coming in. And the weightings that aren't included are because they are for other special purposes other than special education. And so if that student, a special education student, is bilingual, they would also be getting bilingual services because special education funds aren't used for bilingual services. So those other factors are used for other exceptionalities other than special education. So CTE would be the same thing. A special education student can be in a in a CTE class, but that CTE class had its own expenses that weighting was for. So yes, there are two different ways that inflation or increased costs are figured. One increases the cost and one decreases the state's responsibility of the 92%.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That brings another question, and that is, in step 4, it says special education and related services. Can somebody identify what are we talking about when we're talking about related services? And then I have a second question, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So special education related, I'm sorry.
And I am,
So sorry.
again, I apologize. I'm just going to call you Mr. Dean. I don't mean any disrespect, but I will butcher your name, so please.
Thank you, Senator. And I should clarify too, Dean is my preferred, what I like to go by, so that works just fine. Yes, Senator. Special education and related services, that's sort of a term of art that is used throughout special education, both in the federal law and in state law. And it really is, encompassing of everything that's in an individual education plan, the IEP. So it's sort of the everything that, including some of the what may seem incidental, but is necessary to provide that special education service. So it ties back to the IEP. So that's going to be everything from like your actual direct services from like a special education teacher to some of the wraparound like Medicaid eligible services that are also part of an IEP. It's all that, but it ties back to an IEP service.
I am going to throw it to our revisor. She just provided some clarification that I think will help with this as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that both special education and related services, those terms are defined in statute. It's 723404 if the committee would like to look at the specific definition in statute.
Dr. Harwood, did you have a follow-up?
I was just going to, some examples of related services would be medically necessary services like nursing, could be OT and PT, which may not be considered educational services, but are related because they are required for the student to participate in their education.
And Senator Gossage, did you have a follow-up?
I do. So in step 1B, we are excluding special education, bilingual, transportation, career tech, and at-risk student weightings. When I have asked before about the definition of at-risk students, we hear everything from a child of a single mother. We hear things like, they received their lunches, might be free lunch or another term, and a reduced lunch. And so trying to understand if these students then, do they have an IEP? Are they added back in later then under special education? Where is the weighting for them and how does that fall into this calculation?
I'm going to see if Jennifer has an answer first, or if we want to defer to Dr. Harwood. You want to phone a friend?
Well, Madam Chair, the at-risk weighting is held under the state foundation aid formula, and that's where the money for the at-risk students weighting comes into play, is under the state foundation aid. As Dr. Harwood has said, they're excluded because they could be in multiple categories. So there is a list of qualifications to become an at-risk student. You do not need to have every one of those qualifications to be an at-risk student, and some of them could cross over with special education and require the IEP, but some do not require an IEP and therefore would not fall under the special education section. I'd be happy to let Dr. Harwood share any additional information, if that would be fine with you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Harwood.
I think a key here is the at-risk weighting is based on free lunch status. So this is where we had this conversation before. The at-risk weighting is only because the student is qualified for free lunch. The at-risk expenditures are based on at-risk identification, which is the list that Jennifer talked about. A student could be free lunch and special ed, but a district could not spend at-risk and special education funding on the same thing. So if it is in service of the IEP, they would spend special education funding. If it is not, so let's say that the student has a IEP that has a goal in reading, but not in math, but they get some math intervention that would be paid for with at-risk. So that gets divided up. You have to pay for it out of one or the other. You can't pay for it out of both. And anything in service of the IEP should be paid for out of the special education fund.
So then, Madam Chair, if, and thank you for that explanation, but we're taking them out in step 1B, they're excluded. Where are they put back in and how are they put back in?
Dr. Harwood.
So the student themselves, the student is still included because they have the base. The weighting, if that student qualifies, is subtracted. So they get added back in on step 3 when you look at the full-time equivalent of pupils that receive special education services. So then you don't include that weighting in there, but then you multiply it back and you include the base and any weightings that were kept in there. So that's how you get the base for the special education students, because when you multiply it by the FTE, that's the time that they are out of the classroom most likely. That's how the FTE is calculated.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do think this is such a good and important point that you brought up on this. And I would just come back to the at-risk. We're talking about $575 million that is not included in this equation, that is not credited for the cost of the average student. And, if we, again, going back to legislative post-audit, That's general ed. That's money that's been given to regular general education teachers. It's not going for specific services, a very small percent. Again, I've got the post audit in front of me, I just haven't located, but I think it was up to the tune of like 95% of the money was spent for general education, not for programs, not for, so, I mean, take that into consideration, sometimes the legislature doesn't always put together the best formula, but hopefully this committee will do so.
Dr. Harwood.
I do think we need to clarify the LPA study. I believe it was 95% for staff, which would be appropriate. Some of those staff would have been not general education or not regular classroom teachers, but support folks that were providing above and beyond services for students that are considered at risk. So I think we want to make sure that we get that clarified.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you. Jennifer, for clarification. So up at the top here, we're talking about FTE, and we're calculating students and kind of how they fall and what percentage would be under general ed and at risk, et cetera, and the FTE for them. But then when we get to special education, we go from per FTE to per number of teachers required. And so those formulas are different, are they not?
Jennifer.
I think I got a little lost in the question.
I'm sorry.
So that's not a problem. I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly. You're discussing that at the top of the green sheet, when we're discussing the FTEs, we're talking about students.
Right.
And then at some point in the steps, you think we're talking about teachers instead? Is that what the question is?
What I've seen in our education committee has been when you get to special education, you're talking about these are the number of teachers that we need, these are the number of paras that we need. And so
Okay.
this is and that calculates this is how much budget we have. And we went from the number of students and FTE from students to a budget based on teacher salaries. And this is how much we need for those students.
Okay.
So it's based on teacher salary instead of the top part being based on teacher salary as well, or the number of teachers needed, et cetera. It becomes kind of like apples and oranges.
Okay. I understand where you're at. So yes, the top part is definitely based on the FTE for students because that is how we get to base and how you can then subtract out the base for each student. What you're talking about is in the step 11 section or the step 3 on the white page, where we talk about determining the total amount of expenditures of the districts, and that's where I mentioned that we talk about the inflationary amount, and in the calculations for that, we do discuss the number of teachers that are increasing and the salaries for that.
Jennifer, while you're pondering, if you don't mind, I believe that Director Rooker has some insight on this as well.
Thank you. I think this sheet is how we calculate the amount of money we're working with. And you're right, the top half, we're counting students and weightings and base and all the funding that goes with them. I think the teachers come into play on this sheet where we begin talking about how we distribute this amount of funding. So both are correct, but they're different. It is apples and oranges. So one is the money in and the other is the way it's distributed out.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Senator Gossage.
But to get, before you say how much money is going to be paid out, you have to determine how much that money is going to be. And the way you determine how much that money is going to be is by a budget set that says, we need this much for special ed based upon we need this many teachers.
Well, I think, Madam Chair, if I may, I think that is perhaps how the state board gets to their recommendation for the amount needed. But what we're talking about in terms of, we calculate the amount of funding based on the steps here, which is not accounting for the teacher salaries and things like that. But it does get us to the dollar amount that we have to work with. And then we take into account in the process, the formula for distributing the funding, it does account for the teachers we have and the salaries, the average salaries, that sort of thing. It's not an exact dollar for dollar. Doctor?
Dr. Harwood.
So I think the important part here is that the appropriations formula, which is the green sheet, is based on actual or estimated costs minus dollars that districts should receive from other sources. One of those sources is general fund aid that comes from the state. And you use the FTE to calculate that. Then you have all the federal sources, whatever those are, and you subtract that out. And that's the excess cost that's left. And so this one is based on, this is the actual cost or the estimated cost. The FTE is just to subtract out what the districts are already getting from the state that the state's taking credit for before you get down to what special education costs. The reimbursement that we'll get to on the next page is not based on what we pay teachers. It's based on what's left in the appropriation that we send out on a per FTE basis for staff. So they're not connected in the way that student FTE makes a difference on either side except for how to calculate the state aid that the district already gets that count for that student that is also receiving special education services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that what we received in Education Committee on the budget was that it would show at the top, we need X number of these teachers, we need X number of this, therefore we need X amount of money for the special education budget. So I look forward to the rest of this so that could give me a better understanding. Thank you.
I think this conversation is a great example of why we need this discussion and work time to sort this all out. We're going to go ahead and move forward. Jennifer, I know you have a lot more for us. And committee, we do have discussion time at the end as well. So if we don't get to all your questions at the time, be sure and save those for discussion time as well. So we're going to move on. Jennifer.
Okay, Madam Chair, I do want to mention there is a blue sheet that is in your packet. That came from KDHE. We were talking about Medicaid reimbursements earlier. This is calendar year numbers for 2024, not fiscal year numbers of Medicaid reimbursements. KDHE has said they'd get a fiscal year breakout for you, but this is what they could provide for today. So you can see that there was almost $58 million for reimbursements to LEAs in calendar year 24. And I do want to reiterate that is not fiscal year, that is calendar year. So that does cover sections of 2 different fiscal years. So I just wanted to bring that, since that was we were discussing the Medicaid reimbursements a little bit earlier, and this was provided by KDHE. I did want to make sure we did touch on that before people may have to step out.
Thank you.
It's the blue page.
It's the portrait blue. We also have a landscape blue. It's the portrait.
Oh, the 8.5 by 11
Yes.
blue, not the
Correct.
11 by 17. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
The one other thing I'd want to touch on in the discussion for the calculations, yes, in the discussion points, I do know the document you were discussing, that is part of how we do the calculations, but I would also say that the largest portion of expenditures when we're trying to figure out what expenditures are based on teacher salaries. And so that is why it's used in the calculations portion, because it covers the majority of where the expenditures on a continual basis that will probably increase would come from. And so salary increases would obviously mean that there need to be increases in expenditures. And so that page document that was handed out during the Education Committee is a part of that, but that does hopefully explain partially why there is teacher salaries calculated into the calculation side of everything. With that, I'm going to move on to the distribution side, which is the pink document that we have been referencing. So, during the 2024 legislative session, House Sub for Senate Bill 387 amended law governing the distribution of state aid for special education. It requires the legislature to appropriate at least $601 million for special education for fiscal year 2025 and every year thereafter. It also requires $528 million be distributed for reimbursements in one way, and then any additional money in a separate way. And so we're going to talk about the initial $528 million distribution first. This version has been in statute for quite some time. And this is so it states that special education state aid is distributed in 4 buckets. We have Medicaid replacement, catastrophic aid, transportation aid, and then the special education teacher aid. And if you've been around the block here with special education for a while, this is all very familiar to you. So I apologize for repeating what you already know, but better to cover it and make sure we're all on the same page. So with Medicaid, the first thing is that KSE deals with 3 of these buckets first and then ends with the special education teacher aid. So they start with Medicaid replacement state aid, and districts receive this aid based on the number of Medicaid enrolled students who receive special education services within the district. I believe this should not exceed $9 million, and it's divided equally among across the state. So it really, they take the number of students in the state that need Medicaid, or that are part of the Medicaid enrolled, and then divide out the money, the $9 million, and then that proportionally, so each student that in that district would receive, in any district, would receive the same amount. Then there is catastrophic aid, and the districts may apply for additional funding for a student whose services cost more than a set threshold, and they can receive a reimbursement for 75% of the costs above that threshold. In your gray packet in the books, we do have some of the special education statutes, and that does include the statute for the catastrophic aid. That's KSA 723425. And it does have the Medicaid replacement state aid as well. That's 723440. So the third bucket that is discussed before we move into the special education teacher aid is transportation aid. And districts are reimbursed for 80% of the transportation costs for special education. This includes mileage for teachers, transportation for exceptional students, or for the maintenance of those exceptional students at some place other than their house. Once those 3 have been taken care of, the remainder of that $528 million is then used for the special education teacher aid. And so districts receive funding based on their district total special education teacher, as well as their paraprofessional FTE staffing levels. Paraprofessionals are counted as 2/5 FTEs. So that is, going back to the pink sheet, that covers basically the entirety of the pink sheet. So that's the $528 million distributed, or the distribution of the $528 million goes by the pink sheet's distribution steps. Be happy to stand for questions on that distribution before we move into what is the new distribution state aid for anything above that 528.
Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a clarification on, and I saw some other people scratching their heads, ran into an acronym that we didn't know what it stood for. SDAC, is it self-directed care or directed attendant care, or is it school district administration claiming? The second one? School district administrative claiming. Okay. I'm getting
Okay, I
head
see
nods from
heads
other
nodding,
places.
so I believe it is the latter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the clarification. Director Ricker.
Quick question. When we are talking about, you said 528 million in this formula, and then we're going to get to the next, is it written in a way that it's always 528 million and anything above that that gets appropriated will be treated to this next version, or will that 528 over time absorb, like, new money in a given year is the other way? Does the 528 step up ever, or does it remain?
My understanding is that it is written into statute at 528. It is a dollar number hard entered. Same with the 601 million is a hard entered number into the statute.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we went kind of fast, so I probably just missed it. Is the item that talks about the supplemental amount, supplemental base aid, the LOB, and every district is now required to put their LOB that's associated or attributable to special education into a fund. Is that, when we have this one here that's from Frank Harwood, thank you, Dr. Harwood, it's the purplish one, and it says local effort. That doesn't include their LOB related, does it?
Jennifer.
I'm actually looking at Matthew because he helped put that document together. Are we talking about the document? Which document are we talking about at this point? The one that starts with Kansas Department of Education at the top?
Yes, it is. It doesn't have, like, it just says November 26, 2024, and it says local contribution special education state aid. It doesn't actually say LOB, it just says local contribution. So I'm thinking it's probably just what they're adding into special education above their 8%.
So, and Dr. Harwood can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is this is the formula for, this is a run that the Department of Education has done and provided to the legislature this year that would be that is the numbers for fiscal year 24-25 for the calculation for the additional money on top of the 528 million. So that would be the second half of the distribution, the new distribution section, if you would allow. And I have lost track of the question that you asked.
Well, so then I guess then if that is the case, then it would not be utilizing the LOB money in that local effort, even though they are required to use, let's say, what is it, 200 plus million this year in LOB for special ed? That wouldn't be included in this, correct? And if not, is there a document that shows that by district how much is put into special education that we do not calculate in our formula? I didn't know if we got that or not.
Jennifer, I see Dr. Harwood has a response, so I'm going to call on Dr. Harwood.
So it's important to note that the purple sheet is actually based on 23-24 actuals. And so at that point, there was no requirement to transfer LOB at that time. The number that you look at under local contribution of $439 million is the total that school districts transferred from general fund or LOB, which is well in excess of the $200 million that would be. So this coming year, when we do it for 24-25 actuals, that will include the mandatory transfer, but it will continue to be well above whatever the required transfer is. The other thing I would point out is that when you talk about the required transfer, if you go back to the calculations formula, 60 million of LOB was already counted in that formula. So when you're talking about $200 million, 60 million has already been counted that the state got credit for. And then of that 140 million that's left, only about 70% is actually state aid. So, I mean, I think if we're going to be talking about that number, we need to make sure that we talk about what part is local tax funds and how much is actually left from the $200 million, which would be about a third of the $600 million that would be required to transfer.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you. I guess that would be up to statute on how that was written, on whether or not, for example, at-risk students or bilingual, those monies are, whether it's local or it's state equalized, all of it has to be used for the reason you raised the taxes. So I think that's just one thing to know. I just think it was an oversight when this law was written. So I guess what we probably it would be helpful for us at some point is to see the total amount of LOB that is from going into each fund for special education by district, so we can actually see that it's going in there. And then in terms of they spent about $469 million. I'd be curious, out of that, how much went to cash carryover or went to reserves for special education? I know there for a while it was gaining and then maybe went back down, but that would be interesting to see how much of that was not used.
Matthew, are you getting the request for this information? I will add that during session, I asked research, and I just happened to have this in my notebook, that if special education state aid included the amount that is required to be transferred from the LOB to SPED, that was $819.5 million in 2025, which would have been 102.8% of excess cost. In 2024, it would have been $699.1 million, which would have been 91.7% of excess cost. And I just asked for them to run that KLRD, and that was the information that was given to me. Dr. Harwood.
So I have since the LOB can't be more than 33% of the general fund, and the total amount of state aid this year was $600 million, there's no way that, the $600 million would have to be transferred because that's what it was, but there's no way it could be $600 million of LOB. It should be about $200 million. Yeah, so the total transfer, including special education, is $800 million, that's correct, but that's still not getting to the 92% of the $1.2 billion that would be the special education expenses. So.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Yes, Dr. Ninswander.
I just want to make, because this always comes up, just because the fiscal year ends June 30th and we start a new fiscal year on July 1, we have to have cash in funds to pay July, August, September, because we don't get our first special ed state aid payment till October. So when we food service, we have to have 3 months of cash in there because we don't get federal or student payments until September, but so having a balance on July 1 isn't because we didn't need it the prior year. It's we have expenses July, August, September. So that's always something that comes up.
So my question on that would be, are those balances, though, year over year going up or down or staying the same? Dr. Ninswander.
I think that would be by district. Ours went down, but so we have to.
As a state, I can tell you they're going up. As a state, those balances have been going up. So I understand the timing of, we have 3 different fiscal years that school districts have to deal with, and that's confusing and hard, but the fact that those balances are going up year over year tells me it's not necessarily a fiscal year timing issue. There are other things that play into that. Yes, Representative Estes.
Dr. Ninswander, does your district code that as for that purpose, so Because I think we do have a challenge that we have a lot of money going a lot of different places, and sometimes I think more information helps that communication. Do you pull out and segment and label that line item of this money is in reserve for this purpose?
Dr. Ninswander.
So there's only certain funds that you can carry a balance over in, and those are like special ed, food service, 2 examples. So they're in those funds, and when you look at the expenses that are budgeted in those, there are monthly expenses throughout the year. So if we don't have a balance in there, then we can't bring our food service staff in. So yes, there are budgeted expenses in there. A lot of them are monthly, but so that's why we have to have cash carried over in certain funds. Some funds, general fund, it's got to be zeroed. So
What I'm really asking for, or the point I'm trying to make is, I think for transparency, it would be very helpful if why something is carried over and what portion of what's carried over could be broken down and labeled on why it's carried over would be very helpful.
Jennifer, I know you still have lots you want to share. We're going to throw it back to you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and, as we've already been helpfully discussing, we're going to talk about the additional state aid above the $528 million. So as you have already discovered in your packets, we have the KSDE run for what the 24-25 special education that was above the $528 million and how it was broken out. So this equalization schedule was created by the State Board of Education, and the State Board chose to develop its formula based on each district's local effort towards special education expenses. So the first step was to determine the district's total special education expenses, and then we determine the district's special education state aid, determine the district's federal special education aid, and then we calculate the district's local aid, which is subtracting A, B, and C, the total special education, subtracting the district's special education state aid and the federal state aid from the total expenses for the district. That gets you to the local effort. You determine the statewide local effort, and then you calculate the district's proportion of the statewide local effort by by dividing the district's local effort by the statewide local effort. We determine the statewide additional appropriation above the $528 million, and then we calculate the district's allocation of additional special education. Based off of that, it's multiplied steps 6 and 7. There are 2 examples on page 4 of the white document. I'm not going to walk through them right now. You also have the actual document from KSDE if you're curious about specific districts, USDs that you have. I do want to mention that there are provisions for a prorated amount if needed. So in any year when the appropriation is not sufficient to cover the 92%, it requires it to be distributed at a prorated amount. However, the school districts will still receive the statutory required amount for Medicaid replacement state aid, catastrophic state aid, and transportation state aid. So that amount goes out in full, and then it's the dollars for the teachers in the $528 million that would be prorated, as well as the additional money for the state board's amount that could be prorated. Over the last several years, special education state aid has been funded at approximately 74 to 80% of statewide excess costs. And I do want to note that the federal aid for special education, as we've discussed, has remained static, and it's provided both directly to school districts as well as through KSDE. And there is a maintenance of effort that is required in order to continue to get the federal funding. I do want to take a moment and talk about the special educating weighting statute, because we did skip that when we covered the state foundation aid amount. That's the yellow sheet. So to get to the weighting in state foundation aid, A school district's special education weighting is determined by dividing the amount of special education state aid a district is receiving by the base for the current year, and that's how we get to the actual special education weighting. So that is why I didn't talk about it first. I talked about special education state aid first because we get the dollars for state aid, and then we work backwards to get to the FTE for weighting. The reason it is included is because it's used to calculate the district's total foundation aid. It does not affect the amount of state foundation aid that a district gets, but the total foundation aid is used in a couple of other areas within the school finance formulas, including for local option budgets, and so that is why it is included in the weightings in the legal max. I do also want to point out, as Representative Williams mentioned, that as of last year, the state law does require school districts to transfer their funds from their LOB fund to the Special Education and Related Services Fund, which is equal to the amount of the district's local option budget that is proportional to the amount of the total foundation aid attributable to the special education. Those numbers for the at-risk and bilingual fund have been in legal max for the last several years, as those were already in the statute. I believe, and Dr. Harwood can correct me if I'm wrong, that it will probably also include the special education money that's being transferred for the 25-26 legal max. So we do not have that in the current, the one of the year we're finishing up. So the current school year, 24-25, does not have that as a column in the legal max, but the 25-26 will probably have it, as it's already had the at-risk and the bilingual in the tabs. It is in this year, and I just missed it. So thank you for the correction. So that is the weighting for state foundation aid for special education. I did want to make a quick note that I know that the federal fiscal year 26 budget did come out this last week or so, and there has been discussion within it about special education simplification. I do not know much about this, but I did want to make a note that I am aware that that has come out, and that my understanding would be is that it's going to consolidate several different ideas programs into one, but we'll see how that goes through the federal process of the budget. So with that, I think I have covered, oh, no, I did want to highlight the other items that were just here in this section. We did include the NAEP scores for the IDEA subgroups for reading and for mathematics for 17 through 24. Those are white documents. KSDE provided the 2 documents that are on the buff document. Those are student head count by the primary category of disability, which was asked for, as well as a question that was asked about a 3-tiered system regarding the time Kansas students spend in regular classrooms. And neither of those, neither the front or the back of that document include gifted. That is just special education. And with that, I think, and then we have a KLRD estimate of the state calculations of excess costs, which we have as well. And I believe Matt is going to talk about that some. So I'd be happy to stand for questions on the state section of the special education state aid, or the weightings for special education state aid and foundation aid. The district amount will be talked about a little bit further by Matt here in just a little bit.
Director Ricker.
Just a quick clarifying question on the buff sheet can you explain, and maybe as for KSDE, why did gifted get excluded from these numbers? Because we cover it under our state law.
Jennifer.
I can Only say that it was mentioned in the email that they were not included, and they were going to get a gifted head count as well. So I would have to defer to the agency, and I'd be happy to find that and get back to you on that.
Which sheet are
Dr.
we-
Harwood or Mr. Dean?
Which sheet are we talking about? Okay.
And this was provided a little bit ago, and so I'd be very happy to go ahead and provide a better answer to the committee rather than asking for something on the spot.
Mr. Dean?
Yeah, I can't speak to why it wasn't included in this run, but, and I'll defer to Dr. Harwood on that, but it is certainly data that we have available.
So this was pulled from a federal report, and the federal reports don't include gifted. And so I think in our conversation, we were talking about comparisons to other states with some of these numbers, and the other states don't include them. We have the gifted number. I think we have talked about that one, but when we do federal reporting for special education, gifted is taken out. And so that would be the case with this report.
So, I respect that there may be reasons why we want to talk about the numbers consistent with federal or with other states, but when we're talking about Kansas, it would be nice, since we do cover it, to also show those numbers included, if we could.
I have seen this, but have slept since I looked at the numbers. Do we know how many states do include gifted as part of their special education? I know most states provide for additional funding, but is it included in SPED or a different? Do we know that, or can we get that?
I think I have it in my binder if I can go grab it.
Certainly. Thank you. Jennifer.
So, Madam Chair, in the 50 state education funding formula document that we did in February, we talk about that many states allocate money to fund a program. There are 13 states in DC that do not fund these programs at all. The other 37 states use one of the funding mechanisms to allocate a dollar amount for gifted and talented programming. So there are 37 states that do, 13 states in DC that do not.
But my question is, within those 37 that do, is it included as a special education, or is it, I know I've looked at other state formulas where it may be just a set dollar amount, or outside of special education, they may provide funding, but it doesn't reside within the special education funding formula. That's what I was kind of wanting to know.
I'd have to get back to you on that answer.
That's fine.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Dr. Harwood.
So, because other people are listening, in 23-24, there were 10,303 gifted students in Kansas.
Thank you, appreciate that. Other questions for Jennifer at this point? Okay, Jennifer, do you have anything else you'd like to share, or?
Not right now, Madam Chair.
Okay, wow, and we are ahead of schedule, even with all that discussion. That's wonderful. Okay, next we will look to Matthew Willis, who will give us an overview of school district excess cost and funding documents. Matthew.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. So the document I will be talking about is the first of a couple that has a bunch of lines on it, and the first few pages have this kind of yellowy orange, and is titled KLRD Estimate Using State Calculation of Excess Cost for School Districts. So this is building off one I did a year or two ago and was just asked again about attempting to take the statewide formula for excess cost and applying it to school districts. So there are kind of a few caveats I first want to discuss, as this is not a perfect match for match in a lot of ways. So one I will highlight, I'm sure you've noticed a variety of districts that are colored, highlighted in color. Those are districts for which the special education FTE is less than 10. And so KSD is not able to provide me with that exact number. And so for those districts, we just utilized a placeholder of 5 for purposes of calculations. So any districts that are highlighted in a color, each fiscal year is a different color, just so it can kind of be a little bit easier to tell as you're looking through things. Those are ones that, if any of them are right, I would be floored. Again, we went with 5, so that way it's kind of in the middle of what that range would likely be. But for any of those, the math is going to be a little circumspect just because I do not know the exact FTE number for those districts. Additionally, and what I'll be talking to next, the interlocal and co-ops that provide special education services, they are included in the statewide formula as far as calculating expenditures, and as well as some of them do directly get both state and federal aid, and so those would not be represented here. So again, all of this is to say is this is truly an estimate in attempting to provide an understanding of how determining excess cost and then seeing the state aid via the distribution formula kind of works, but there are some elements that just do not work well because statute speaks to doing it at a statewide level, not at a district. Also, because I was only working with actuals, this is all the kind of prior before the tweaks that Jennifer had discussed that occurred in the 24 session. I will be happy later this interim, once the actuals come out for special education FTE and expenditures and everything, to update this for the 24-25 school year if the task force is interested. But this is all under the kind of prior one as well. So you will notice the steps in doing it looks a little bit different from what Jennifer went over here recently. So again, I'm happy to kind of go through some specifics or talk about kind of some of the methodology, but this is here to kind of give some idea of what it looks like if you were putting it at the district level. So
We do have a question from Senator Petty. Senator, you're muted.
I know, I was trying to get off, sorry. Thank you, Matthew. So you just, I would appreciate it if you would, no, I'll just pick a district in my area, Turner, if you would just walk through that district and on these calculations, I'd appreciate that.
yeah, absolutely, Senator. So, and again, this is under the what is now kind of the slightly older formula, but we'll start. It is Turner, Kansas City is USD 202, so it's about a third down that front page, and this would be for fiscal year 2022. So the first step, now it is determining using legal max to determine, but under the older version, it was determining what the district's general fund plus local option budget was. So for 22, that came to just under 40 million. Then determining what the amount of that is that's attributable to those excluded weightings that Jennifer talked about. So you'll see that is just under 11 million. So then step kind of 2B in that third column would be subtracting that to determine what the adjusted funding is at 28.7, taking their adjusted FTE amount, dividing that to kind of come up with what is that funding per FTE, which came to 7,585, multiplying that by their special education FTE, which again, as has been discussed, are usually a lot lower than headcount because you can't have a student who is only a 0.1, a 0.2, et cetera. And then multiplying those two together to get what is kind of that general education funding that those special education FTEs are getting. And then figuring out the federal funds received, which is federal special education state aid, Medicaid, things like that. Adding step 5 and step 6 together gets you step 7, which is the amount then that would be subtracted. Step 8 gets you what was their special education expenditures, which again, I just pulled this out of the line of their budget. Subtracting, so step 9 is then subtracting 7 from 8, and then taking that by 92% gets you, again, under this, what an idea of excess cost would be. And then you see in column 11 what their special education state aid is. And so then that percent of excess cost is just kind of dividing the two. And so that is kind of walking through how to read this sheet. Again, I would note kind of a few of my caveats of some things that do make this difficult to do with some accuracy. Again, depending on the districts, those that are part of interlocals or co-ops are likely further off than one that might be providing it themselves just due to the reporting kind of mechanics. So.
Senator,
as a,
yes.
thank
I
you,
was
Madam
just gonna
Chair.
say, Senator Petty, if you had additional follow-up.
Yeah, so then when we get, so Matthew, at the end of that run, when you get to columns 10, we have the excess cost for District 202. Then you have the state aid for District 202, and then 12 is the percentage of excess cost. So is that the difference between 12 and 10?
It's between 11 and 10, Senator. So essentially, it's saying that they received $3,336,000 and some odd dollars in special education state aid, and that is 82.18% of what bolting this formula onto them determined was their 92% of excess costs.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Petty.
So in fact, they are, in order to meet the cost of their special ed, they are from local effort putting in, 400,000?
Matthew?
Based upon this math, yes, that would be the case if all of kind of these estimates and calculations held true.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get to Director Ricker, but if, by the same token, if we look at NES, USD 106, it says they're getting 211% of excess costs, which means then, does that mean they're making 50,000?
So, Madam Chair, I'd point out that 106 NES is one of them where the actual special education FTE is less than 10. So that is one where we utilized 5 FTE as a placeholder. And so it could be if they have less than that or even more than that, the math is going to be, with some of these education or elements, inaccurate. In general, you should notice that no districts are going to have received more special education state aid than they had in cost. And so, yes, if NES did in fact have 5 special education FTE students, and all of this did play out accurately, it would be 211%. But between that and some of the elements of co-ops and interlocals, I would guess that that is likely not an accurate percentage.
Okay, well, let's take a look then at any of them that are like 237. Smith Center. Okay, they're showing it 104%. So per Senator Petty's question, if they're out 400,000 in that scenario, is Smith Center up 60,000? That's what I want to know.
Utilizing this math, yes, they are receiving more than 92%, which you can see with, as noted, with kind of the difference of the distribution. This could be an element of that distribution formula being different than the calculation formula, and the calculation one focusing on it 92% of the state element. But yes, the math would show that it is more for that district.
Okay, thank you. Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I am attempting to reconcile is the difference between the spreadsheet that we have based on the law for how we calculate and this spreadsheet, because these are, they're just different numbers and percentages. So this is certainly a method of calculating things, but it isn't, this is not the way the money is either calculated under the law nor distributed, correct?
So, Madam Chair, Director Rooker, so this exercise and this attempt was taking the excess cost formula in 3422 prior to the changes in 24 and applying that state level excess cost calculation on a district. The numbers and elements that I used are, all of the budget numbers are from utilizing district actual budget documents. I've not compared this to the local effort that KSDE had. Again, the primary one that I did not have access to are those districts with under 10 SPED FTEs. And so it is attempting to do something that generally does not have an application in law, but for the sake of attempting to show what would a district by district level be.
So may I ask a follow-up? It is my understanding that when special education costs are reconciled, audited at the end of the school year, districts are not receiving more than they paid out. So they may show up in this calculation as receiving some wild percent more than 92. It doesn't mean the district is receiving that amount of money, does it?
Matthew?
Madam Chair, Director, as I noted, the special education state aid, I do not believe there are any districts that received more than what their expenditures are, but the percentage would show, utilizing an excess cost kind of element, what percentage of their potential excess cost they received in aid, which is where the percentage is. But yes, I do not believe any districts would have received more state aid than they had in expenditures. It is that element of that determination of what is excess or the above and beyond kind of element, which is where these percentages go to.
So I think that then, we need to be factoring in sparsity and, you know, all the kinds of things that drive costs up when, you know, we need a special ed qualified teacher because you have a student on an IEP, but your school is one of these tiny schools, or you're part of, we will get, I know we're going to cover interlocals and co-ops, so we'll get to the interplay with that, but I think there are reasons those models exist, because it does become a difficult cost proposition. The smaller you are, it can drive the relativity of the costs higher, because you still need to provide certain things for the students on IEPs. So I guess that's closing and not a question. I apologize for that, but thank you.
No worries. And this is the discussion that we need to be able to have, question and discussion, in order to do our work moving forward. We do have Representative Williams, Representative Estes, and then Dr. Harwood. I have a list going.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that the biggest difference and why the excess cost is so great in some of those is because they have low enrollment. And so low enrollment gives you a lot higher amount initially for every single student. So they're walking in with more money per student than somebody that has high enrollment. Remember, 5 weightings are removed, but those 2 weightings stay. So they do have more cash. So, and second of all, it is in statute. This process is in statute now. We put it there 2 years ago. My first question is, do we have an average percent excess costs?
Matthew.
Madam Chair, Representative, I did not do kind of an average from this document, but I could run it and send it to the committee as a follow-up.
That'd be great. Since you have the Excel sheet, it'd be easier for you to do it. And then my other question is, per law, 1 and 2 years ago, we required that the excess costs be placed on KSD's website. And then this year, just for clarity, we wanted the percent excess cost, and that was added in proviso language. Have either of those been added to KSD's website? And if so, where would we find those?
Matthew?
Madam Chair, I would defer to the agency and kind of where that is. It's been a minute since I've looked for them.
So the calculation that was done so that we could distribute the 25 or the 24-25 special education state aid was on our website last spring. It went up in May of last year. I don't know if it's still there or not. It was also sent to districts as is required and was sent to the legislature. We have not done another one since the legislative session has left that includes the percentages because we just haven't gotten to that. And we have to have that done before we can send out the 25-26 state aid.
Okay, if I may follow up on that, Madam Chair, real quick. So I believe, and we can check with our advisors, that excess cost for all school districts was supposed to be on the website. Now we would then ask for the excess cost percentage. So will those stay on the website? And is that correct? Can our advisors tell me if I'm remembering correct?
Tamara?
Okay. And then the last question, you don't have to answer it now, but you provided how the distribution was provided to districts above the 528 million. And I think the law gave you a lot of latitude. It said to make a consideration of the excess cost. And so I would love to know, maybe whenever you can, obviously not at this moment, how that distribution ranked with this distribution of excess cost. So did districts that had a higher excess cost get a higher percentage, or did it not? Thank you.
I'm going to look at Jennifer if she's capturing all of the requests. Okay, very good. We have Representative Estes.
Thank you, Matthew. So yes, this document does not claim that anybody got paid more than what they spent. To me, I look at it more as a measure of if 92% is a goal, how far under or how far over that were we? Is that the right context to put this in?
Matthew.
Madam Chair, I think there's a variety of ways you could use it. I think kind of looking at it as a means of seeing potentially how the distribution pairs with the calculation is one way of doing it and possibly using it as a barometer for that. But I think, again, it depends on kind of what you're looking for, but that would be my initial take on it, is to use it as that barometer of does the distribution kind of, how close does it match that goal? If the goal is all districts to receive 92%, then how do you create something that distributes it in that manner?
And thank you, because to me, that's what's most helpful about this. It doesn't look like, it does seem, I see a disconnect between the two, and we're not treating all the districts fairly. And I think, for me, that's important to address. Thank you.
Quick follow-up along those lines before we move on. So, Matthew, the LOB transfer isn't counted or considered in excess cost. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, so It is now. So in the green sheet that Jennifer went over, you will see a step that is taking, it's the multiplies by 33% in the example, that is kind of accounting for the amount that is attributable, that's the LOB generation. However, in these, it would not, because that was something that first began with this 24-25 school year, which I do not have yet because there's some actuals that would need to come through first.
So those transfers will apply to excess costs
Going
forward?
If I were to do this for 24-25, potentially I would want to sit down and work through that all before I attributed yes or no. But I believe that some would get factored into that adjusted funding element. But again, I'd need to look at it. I've not done that thought exercise yet.
Okay, thank you. A great segue because you are up next on my list, Dr. Harwood.
Just to follow up on that, so the portion of LOB that the district gets because the special education student is enrolled in the district is in the excess cost calculation, both in the old calculation and the new calculation. So that's there. The portion, that the new requirement to transfer those funds that the district gets because the special education state aid flows through the general fund are not part of the excess cost calculation. Just because that's not, the law doesn't account for it that way. So, I mean, yeah, that's just the way the law reads, is it does not include that count in there. It counts the LOB in that general fund base based on the FTE of the special education students, but all of it, the 33 or 32 point whatever percent, is not counted. I mean, now, if you look at the distribution model we used, how much the district had to transfer is the basis for how we distributed last year, the $73 million, which again was, the purpose was to decrease the reliance on general funds and LOB for special education expenses. That's what the Senate side talked about as they were looking at some of that.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the distribution model, but I know you had some other things, so.
So the other part was just to follow up a little bit, actually, on several things that came up. So to Matthew's point before, the excess cost calculation has changed from, well, it changed for this year. And basically, the only difference is that as opposed to starting with an amount of money, you actually start with an FTE. So it's when you multiply by the base is really the big difference there. It changes where you move, when you count the LOB, because you multiply it out later on. It's more, the LOB is probably more deliberately called out in the new formula than it was in the old formula. And then when you look at, to Representative Williams' point, because low enrollment is one of the weightings that stays in, there is tremendous variability for really small districts. Even when you look at these excess costs, there can be a lot of fluctuation. So I think one of the things you might want to look at, if you're in that comparison, is over time might be important, because for a small district, they may go from 175% down to 70% in a couple of years just on what happens. So larger districts have a lot less variability, especially if they are standalones, because then you don't have the same thing that Matthew talked about, which is how do you distribute the costs, because the costs and the amounts are distributed based on a percentage that the co-op agrees to, not actual costs and dollar amounts. So that's why it's difficult to split these out for co-ops and interlocals.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have confirmation on an earlier question from our revisor, Tamara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Representative Williams was asking about the publication of the excess costs. So KSA 723422A and C does require the State Department to publish the excess cost determinations made for each school district on the State Department's website. In addition, this year's Senate Bill 125 in Section 96 does state, let me pull that up, that says when reporting and publishing the district level excess costs, the state agency shall ensure that each report and publication includes each individual school district's excess cost percentage and specific dollar amount.
Our staff is so good. They are just pinging me with responses to our conversation. So I am going to throw it to Jennifer. She does have some additional information, then we'll come back.
So the 24-25 is up on the website for KSDE. It's underneath the agency section under fiscal and administrative services, school finance, and then what's new. And then you can pull it up on there as the Excel document. So it is posted for the 25, the 20. It is, but if you go to basically fiscal and administrative services, school finance, what's new?
Dr. Harwood, is that?
I was just going to tell you that it's still up there.
Okay,
So,
all
'cause
right.
somebody else is listening and sent me the link, yeah.
Okay, excellent. And we do have a couple of questions on WebEx. We'll start with Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm actually got myself off mute first this time. I just wanted to ask if since we're getting so many different documents, and I appreciate all the work that Matthew's done, but this chart or any chart that there is no district that's actually receiving more than excess cost, if the above on the materials, it could say that there is, that this is an exercise, but no district can receive more than their excess cost. Because I think, unfortunately, these numbers have been thrown around and they're not accurate when they're used out of context.
Madam Chair, Senator Petty, I mean, I would be happy to include that. I would verify first, but just to clarify, they're not receiving more aid than expenditures, which would go with it being that reimbursement model of they are receiving payments after the fact. But yes, I would be more than happy to make sure and add a note like that just for kind of clarity on that element.
I think that would be very helpful as we look at this.
Okay, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question is maybe sort of been answered there, but to Matthew, on column 11 that you have there, that number is the amount of money that they are qualified to receive from the Department of Education. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Representative, so column 11 is the amount of special education state aid that district received. So if you look at the budget documents for a district, under their general fund, there is a line item for revenue that is special education state aid. And so column 11 just represents me pulling that revenue entry from the districts, from the actuals for their budget year.
So I guess I'm a little confused because, if I may, Madam Chair, I'm a little confused because people are saying they don't get above expenditures, they don't get above excess costs, I've heard said. But these numbers obviously are above that in some cases. Would you clarify that for me?
Yeah.
Matthew.
Madam Chair, Representative, so my statement is, so if you look in column 8, that is the total expenditures that a district has out of their special education fund. And from what I can tell, though I have not looked at every single one of them, but I have not yet found one where the special education state aid listed in column 11 for a district exceeded their total special education expenditures in column 8. However, if you look at column 10, which is having used this formula to determine what a district's excess cost is, having removed federal aid, general education, things like that, that is where you then get the variance of some districts that might have received state aid that only covered 50% of their excess cost versus districts that are in excess of 100, is about that difference of determining what were their special education cost in excess of these other funding mechanisms. But I was just attempting to clarify that a district did not expend, say, $500,000, but received $700,000 in special education state aid. No districts received more state aid than what they spent. A lot of the variance is all in that determination of what was in excess of their kind of general education and other fundings, if that helps clarify it.
Yeah, so what you're saying to me is that they are only capped as long as column 11 doesn't exceed column 8. And column 8 includes money that they receive from several other sources. So the column 12 is actually accurate then, that the amount of excess costs is way above 92%.
Madam Chair, Representative, if the math of doing all of this holds, then potentially, yes, you could have districts that are above that. Again, there are some other caveats, or as discussed, some of the weighting, such as low and high enrollment, that can greatly impact that. But yes, if all of my math holds, you do see a variance in how, whether it's the distribution model or other elements, do cause some variance in what a district receives versus potentially the amount of cost that it had that would be determined excess.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, committee, bottom line is, if you look at column 12, in all of these examples that we have there, I don't know if there's 500, there's a handful that hit 92%, which certainly indicates that the accuracy of distribution is quite inept. Thank you.
Dr. Harwood.
So Matthew, quick question on column 11. Do you know if that's an audited amount or an unaudited amount?
Madam Chair, Dr. Harwood, it is, so it should be audited. It is, when I went to the budget, I would go, so for instance, the 23, I pulled up their 24-25 budget and then used the numbers. Well, actually, sorry, I utilized the system that runs all of the budgets and gives it to me in Excel. I'm blanking on the name of it, the comparative whatever. So that is what I utilized. So I believe they all should be actual numbers from the comparisons that I did.
And the reason I ask, and Matt, we may need to talk later, because districts receive funds based on what they report in the current year, and then they get audited the following year, and there can be a negative correction. So I just want to make sure that we are talking about what they actually received for that year after we might have subtracted out some other portion. So it's just a, we'll talk later to make sure we're doing that correct.
Yeah,
make sure
absolutely.
We're doing it right. Because that's something that we need to look at even for the way we were doing the calculation.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And still in the vein of really trying to get to wrapping myself around each of these, when I look at the purple spreadsheet, using the Turner example, since we walked through that on your spreadsheet, the Turner had to transfer, and I'm in to compare apples to apples, I'm in the 23-24 school year. So this blue colored section of your spreadsheet, so we're comparing the same school year. It looks like Turner, in addition to the numbers of special ed state aid are similar. They're not exactly the same, but close enough. They're 3 point a few million, right? 3.2 on the purple. Turner also transferred 2.9 million into special ed. So that reads out as 37% had to be transferred in. Is that reflected, am I missing it, in this spreadsheet that you've created?
So, Madam Chair, Representative, so one, I would note that when a school district receives special education state aid, they receive it in their general fund, so they have to transfer. So anytime you are looking at transfers, I do not know how I've not looked closely enough at the other KSD document you're referencing, but you will almost always see some transfer because that's how they have to get the state aid in. But additionally, in my document, it's not going to capture that as much because under the old formula, you just saw what their whole general fund and local option budget was, and you utilize that excluding the specific weightings to determine what is that general education amount. And so it's attempting outside of you getting the expenditures out of the special education fund. It's not necessarily dealing a lot with was the revenue or the expenditures, like, other than the expenditures from that fund, it's not necessarily dealing with elements of how much did they transfer here or that, because if they're transferring in, it would be captured in that LOB plus general fund, that's step one.
Well, I see on this purple one, the expenditures for Turner are 7.9. So the 3.2 that they're receiving from the state plus the 1 million they're getting from their federal plus the 734,000 they're getting from Medicaid and the 2.9 they're transferring locally. I think it's all needed to get to their 7.9 million in terms of expenditures. So I do think that is not, that 2.9 is actually local effort from whatever, whether it's their general fund, whether it's their LOB, that's not here. Frank, am I interpreting that right?
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, if I can refine, so yes, and you will look on my document, you would see their expenditures are 7.9 million. And with their state aid of 3.2, that would then state that they have an excess cost of almost 4.7 million. And so that's why then following all of this math would lead them at receiving 75 or 92% of that being 4.3, and so that they received 75% of their excess cost as the state aid by the time you've removed their federal funding and everything else from it.
I'm still reading body language, and we'll ask Dr. Harwood if you have a follow-up.
One of the issues, a big difference is just the timing of the process on these two things. So when you look at, we talked about Turner transferring $2.91 million. That would include in column 5 the $1.3 million that was there. So the $1.3 million is what the state would expect them to pay based on that special education student was also a regular education student. So then there was $1.6 million additionally that had to come from someplace. And so that was the rest of that transfer that was there. And so some of it would have been, this year would be the required transfer from LOB. The rest of it would be just whatever they needed to make up for the total expenses.
Okay, did I miss anyone on my long list of questions? I have one quick question, and I've asked it several times and can never quite nail it down. Is there a definition of expenditure? What counts as an expenditure towards special education?
Madam Chair, my understanding for at least these calculations and that is that it is that the expenditure is coming out of their special education fund and that they can expend that money for purposes of special education. My guess is Dr. Harwood can give a more nuanced answer than that, though.
Dr. Harwood.
So my guess is that the revisers could also, because it has to be funds that are spent in service of an IEP.
So in service of an IEP, and I ask this as a former administrator who sat in many meetings and heard many discussions like during the time when the goal was to have 65% of funds expended in the classroom. I heard some really creative conversations around that. For example, well, what constitutes a classroom cost? To the point where some administrators were saying, the bus that brings the kid, well, if the kids can't get to school to get into a classroom, then that's a classroom cost. And I think, so we, it can get wildly creative in how we define it. So in that definition then, because I've heard of examples of this, and I just want to make sure that I have a correct understanding. Some districts are counting utility costs. Some districts are not. Some districts are counting. Is there uniformity in what counts as an expenditure, or are districts left open to interpretation as to what they can count as a special education expenditure out of that fund? How creative can they be when it's related to an IEP? That's my question. Mr. Dean, I'm sorry. Is it doctor? Are you doctor? I'm sorry.
I am not a doctor.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I am out of my league over here.
Okay.
No, right. No, the utilities would be is a fantastic example, and as a cost that is almost universally not allowable. And I say almost because there's a couple of very rare exceptions where it might be, and that'd be like for when we get to an interlocal, which is a separate agency that exists only to provide special education services. And so it is only for those things that are explicitly part of special education that might be captured. But that's going to be a very, 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 very small piece. That's just for the interlocal. But in a school district or a cooperative or just about anywhere else, no. It has to, in all cases, has to be a cost that ties back to a need or something that is only there but for the provision of special education services for a student with disabilities or an exceptionality if they're gifted. So we get questions all the time of, well, what about like an administrator or a principal or superintendent? Can we pay a portion of their costs out of special education services because some of those students because some of their students are students with disabilities? And the answer is no. You would have a principal, you're going to have a superintendent, you're going to have a classroom teacher, irregardless of whether there's a student with disabilities or not in your classroom. So it has to tie back specifically to a specific need, and that's something that we work closely with our special education directors as well as the districts more generally in ensuring that that's how it's applied, and as well as when we do a consolidated fiscal file review at the Kansas Department of Education that includes all of our special education funds, and that's one of the things that we watch for there is ensuring that expenditures for special education are for special education.
So just real quick, and I want to get specific examples because tie back to an IEP, again, I think that leaves some latitude. In one of the schools I was in, we had an adaptive PE class, okay? And one of the frequent activities was they would use the swimming pool in the PE facilities. I can see a case where a district might say, the IEP says that they have to allow so much physical activity. It's not necessarily defined in an IEP, but they get so much recreational, so forth. Is it outside of the realm of possibility that a school could say, okay, we're going to use our special education funds to pay for part of the pool because they use those? I mean, I'm trying to understand specifically in how those things are. I just think there's wide range of interpretation, and legitimate or not, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand what all would be an expenditure, because it seems like there's wide variation in what districts are using that for.
Absolutely, if I may, yes. And so that swimming pool would be a great example. So in the example that you articulated, in general, no, it wouldn't be allowable. All students, including students with disabilities, they're just general ed students first. Now, what if for a particular kiddo, maybe they're wheelchair bound or have some other need, so that the district, in order for that child to access that pool along with their peers, has to install a lift to get the kiddo in, right? That accommodation may be allowable, but it is that kind of above and beyond the excess cost, that accommodation so that those children can participate with their peers. That's the piece that special education and related services.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Dr. Harwood.
And that's where it could get somewhat confusing, because if you own your pool and you own it for whatever other reasons, not special ed, then you can't. But if you need to use a pool for a student and you have to go pay at some other location to get the student access, then that would be a special education expense, because you wouldn't be going there and having that expense, except for that was in their IEP that they needed whatever that therapy was. So that's where some of those, it does get somewhat confusing, because you have to be able to say, we wouldn't have this expense except for serving this IEP.
Thank you, that's helpful. Representative Estes.
Okay, so this is an interesting conversation for me as a parent of several students who were voracious learners and gifted, and I got told I had to pay for things in their IEP when sometimes that was an online class, because sometimes that child was completing classes in a school year's worth of work in one quarter. Should I have been paying that, or that should have been paid for? Because I know I am not the only parent that is occurring to.
Yes, Mr. Dean.
Details and context matter, but no. I mean, if it was something that was specifically required by the IEP, if it's specified in the IEP, then no. The special education services that are specified there, I mean, those are things that are included. Now, and Dr. Harwood can speak more to this. I mean, as I think most of us know, there are a variety of things that districts can charge fees for, and that it's normal and appropriate. So without knowing specifics, I mean, so if it's a distinction between they were in an AP class that was open to I don't know if this is the case, but I'm just saying if it was a case where it was an AP class or something that was available to not just gifted students, but all students, and it was normal for them to pay the fees, that might be the case. But then if you're a gifted student, you're doing something above and beyond in addition to being part of that AP class, you would still pay the fee because that was part of it. That's not, you weren't, because if it was not limited to just gifted students that were participating in that AP class, I'm saying if it's, but they were getting some additional enrichment. But again, case specific, but no, if it's something that is, their participation is because it's in the IEP, it's meeting their needs that's been identified, and it's not something that's otherwise available to the kiddos, that would be something that it shouldn't fall on the parent. That would be part of the provision of FAPE.
Thank you. We'll talk some more, because I think there's some communication that needs to happen.
Anything else before we move on? Did I miss anyone online? And we really like Mr. Moore, but in the context of this conversation, it's really good to have you here, Mr. Dean. Okay, Matthew, we will turn it back over to you.
All right. So moving on. So first I will start with your first of the 11 by 17s. This big colorful map that is probably very familiar to a few of you by this point. So moving on to interlocals and cooperatives, just as a refresher, these are both entities that provide education services for a variety of districts. So the map of Kansas with all the different colors are showing you the school districts that are all members of either an interlocal or cooperative. And then on the back of the map, you have the list of which interlocal or co-op it is, along with who are the member districts. So I'll get into the differences here in a sec, but for anything that is numbered as a 600 number is an interlocal, and anything that is a 700 number is a co-op. And then if the district is white and does not have any color on it on this map, that means that they are providing the special education services on their own. They are not a member of either entity. So functionally, both are going to be pretty similar. They're organizations that are providing special education services for its member districts. The difference is primarily in administration. So for cooperatives, even though a lot of interlocals also have cooperative in their name, for a cooperative, it is one of the member districts is the host district, and they are the one that is going to oversee everything as far as hiring the staff, administering and coordinating the services, and everything like that. And then the other member districts will transfer or provide additional funding to the host district, which is captured in the cooperative section of their budget. For that. An interlocal, otherwise, though, is a separate entity. So rather than being one of the school districts saying we'll take on this additional effort, an interlocal is its own kind of third-party entity that is created by a group of school districts. Each school district has a member on the board that then kind of oversees and directs the interlocal, and then it is the interlocal who is hiring the staff, getting the buildings, and providing the services. And then not captured on this map or in the table I'll discuss is you also have interlocals that do not necessarily provide service to the districts, but or you have interlocals that will provide services more as like a contractor. So for those of you who are members of K-12 budget, we had the presentation from Greenbush where they talked about that they facilitate providing those services, but they are providing kind of specific services as needed by districts or other interlocals or co-ops, not necessarily as being responsible for every special education service within a district. And so that's what the map kind of helps detail, who and what it is. And then the other table that, again, to try and stay similar, I kept kind of the same colors. So you'll see the headers of that kind of yellow, the orange, and the purple are just some kind of basic fiscal and just other information I put together on these interlocals and co-ops that are represented on the map. And so I tried to just kind of detail like the numbers of districts that make up each of these entities, the number of FTEs of all students that would fall within them, as well as the special education specific. I will note the special education specific ones for those that have member districts that are under 10. They're just not counted in here, and so there'll be a little variance for some of them. And then I just kind of provided, what was their cash balance at the beginning of a fiscal year, where their revenue came from as far as local, state, or federal, or transfers, what their expenditures were, and then the final two columns are kind of help show how much of their revenue did they get from school districts directly, and kind of what was that percentage, because you will see in both cases a lot of the time a school district that is a member of one of these entities in their budget expenditures will have assessments or kind of flow-throughs or things where they are passing money on to that entity, the co-op or the interlocal that is providing the services for them. And so just so you can see, again, kind of proportionally how much the special education fund of that interlocal or co-op is reliant upon kind of those transfers or funding from its member districts. And so I'm happy to kind of stand for questions that you may have on this topic.
Representative Estes.
Matthew, thank you. It occurs to me that the co-ops would be subject to open meetings and open records because they're hosted by a district that is also. Would the interlocals be as well because they're run off of government money, or because they are something separate, are they not subject to that?
Madam Chair, Representative, I am not certain. I'd be happy to look into that, though, if KSDE does not have any information or anyone else. But I'd be happy to look into it
I see the revisers actively engaging with the keyboards, whoever would like to answer that.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Representative Getz and then Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matthew, I have a question around the current equalization funding. Does that, I know there's a transfer demand on the, I call it base of the first formula, the 528 million. But then on the equalization side, can districts that are part of a cooperative or interlocal, in a sense, hold that money and pay assessment fees, and then at the end of the year transfer that? Is there a demand transfer, or if that's not the right term, but is there a requirement to transfer that, or can they hold it and use it on special education costs, but maybe not turn it over to the cooperative or interlocal?
Madam Chair, Representative, my understanding, as limited as it is a lot of that's going to depend upon the agreements for each entity, because depending upon each interlocal or cooperative, they might have different agreements on what a district provides on its own versus what the co-op is, and so I think it would largely depend on those, because the additional equalization above the 528 is still special education state aid. So I would presume that if something in the agreement was that a school district just transfers all of it, then it would still come to bear. But again, I think it depends on how each of them is structured, and my understanding is they're all structured a little differently.
Dr. Harwood.
So a couple of important parts. So the categorical aid is paid to the entity that has the cost. So a lot of times transportation costs are each individual districts, but staff costs are either the co-op or the interlocals cost. So that money goes directly there. The equalization part, so that's the 528. The $73 million this year went to every district based on their part. That money had to go into the special education fund. So any special education state aid you get has to be transferred into special education. The hope was that the $73 million would reduce the amount they had to transfer from general fund or LOB, but they couldn't hold that back and not transfer it to special education and send it on. They could wait to see how much other money they needed to transfer in. Does that help?
Yeah, I think just in mine, there is some discretion there that is not maybe communicated, or redoing the policies around that is happening, and it's been a point of tension in my district of that there is, in a sense, they feel like there is a holding of that to use it for other things, and then at the end of the year, give it over, and grow the interest on it. So there's some things happening with that I just wanted to air it here and see what conclusions we could come to, and how maybe we need to fine tune that if need be.
Yes, Dr. Harwood.
So there was a lot of conversation, a lot of interlocals and some cooperatives about how the equalization aid was supposed to affect assessments or flow through, because it wasn't flow through. So then there was quite a few discussions in those groups about how that money went anywhere. That money has to be spent on special education, but it did not need to increase the amount that the districts actually sent to the interlocals or co-ops, because they could spend less of their own. Now, what happened is some of the co-ops and interlocals increased assessments basically to capture all of that money. Others did not. And so, but that is in the agreement between the interlocal and the co-op board. KSDE or state law doesn't govern that. They work together to decide what the assessments are and when they pay the assessments.
We have Representative Williams, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so on the chart that you provided here, we're looking at state revenues. I thought it was my understanding that all state special education state aid went to the districts, and then they used it for their co-ops or their interlocals, but we see some direct monies. So what would that be attributable to? Medicaid or?
Madam Chair, Representative, so some, and again, I pulled these from budget documents, so some is that they did at least show in their revenue elements of getting special education state aid, or maybe there was some deaf-blind or things like that. I will note that in conversations that the documents I'm using are ones prepared by these entities or by school districts and then submitted to KSDE. So there also could be a chance that some of this was just put on the wrong line. But from what I could tell, it appeared that, as you can see, it is limited, but there were some instances of some entities reporting getting, again, whether it was special education state aid or some other type of state direct kind of state aid But I could look into the specific ones again to see what revenue line they showed it on. But I couldn't speak beyond that as to why per se.
Yeah, that would be helpful because I would think that that would have been part of the local revenue. Maybe we could just take a look at that and see what kinds of monies are distributed exactly from the state directly to those entities. The other thing is the cash balances. Do we know if the cash balances for the co-ops and interlocals are going up or down in the last few years? Do we have anything on cash balances? Matthew?
Madam Chair, Representative, so just off of the 3 years in my document, it shows in '22 you were at just over 64 million. 23 would have been 74, and then it's around 74 for 23-24. I would be happy to pull together stuff for more information or for more years if you would like, but at least of those three, that's kind of what little bit I have on hand.
Okay, and I would love for you to just, obviously not now, but it seems like I have from a 2022 that they had 33.6 million for the co-ops. This is the combination of the two, so that might be close, but that I would just be interested if that would be okay. And I guess really the final question is to try to understand, Madam Chair, when we're talking about the money that is transferred into special education fund and then the money that's left over and that's put into cash reserves, I really think that's important to know the difference. How much is being transferred in and was spent, and how much is being transferred in that was carried over and is accumulating things.
Okay, making sure I see Jennifer burning up her keyboard here with all these requests. So anything else before we go to Senator Petty on that one? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, most of my question was asked by Representative Williams, but I would ask on the unencumbered cash balance. So whether it's an interlocal or a co-op, wouldn't the same necessity of having a cash balance be necessary just as it is for a school district, because they're moving from one fiscal year to another and not going to be receiving any new funds until September? Would that be correct?
Madam Chair, Senator, I would presume to some degree, again, as Dr. Harwood noted, each interlocal or co-op is going to have their own agreement about when school districts are transferring or sending them money. So I guess it could depend some on what their kind of cash flow schedule is like in some of those regards. But I mean, otherwise, yes, I would presume that they would want some amount of cash balance unless they were expecting to get checks from districts, on July or something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, along those lines, Matthew, are there districts who start a school year with zero in their special education funds?
Madam Chair, I could go back and double check. I've not looked at each of them individually. I don't remember seeing any that would have zero in it, but again, I would be more than happy to verify and get back with the committee.
It would be interesting to see because, as a general rule of thumb, as the legislature, we're required to have a 7.5% carryover. That's kind of our standard. I'd like to kind of see the range of the percent of carryover. And I know there's a lot of factors that go into how much you carry over, but just be interesting to see that percentage of carryover year over year. Did I miss anyone? That was the end of the list of people that I had on my question list. Did I miss anyone? Is there anything else before we move on? Seeing and hearing none, Matthew, you may proceed.
Madam Chair, that was about all I had for this element. So unless there's any further questions, I think we could move to the final bit, which would be a combination of Jennifer and myself.
Okay, wow. Okay, task force, any questions, comments hanging out there? And we are ahead, so TMI, the chair needs a break. So I think since we are ahead of schedule, let's take, if there's nothing before we move on to our next topic, then let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and that still leaves us right on time with our agenda, and meet back here at 2:30, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will re-adjourn here and not adjourn, reconvene, not re-adjourn, reconvene after that break. Thank you very much for the indulgence. So we will now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is review of other state special education funding formulas. And if you recall, we kind of had an introduction to this. This is a little bit more in depth, and then we'll move into our discussion for the afternoon. So we will turn it back over to Jennifer Light with KLRD.
Good afternoon. Glad to be back up here. I'm going to talk a little bit about the edunomics documents that you have in front of you. They say state of the state, special education. They start with Kansas. We have printed off the surrounding states that we used for the memos, as well as Utah. So that'd be the 4 surrounding states, Utah, Arizona, and I'm blanking on the last one. There are 8 in there in total, basically.
Arkansas?
It is Iowa. Iowa, Arkansas, and Utah were the extras, as well as the 4 that surround us, and Kansas. So just as a little overview, the Edunomics Lab is a Georgetown University research center, which is dedicated to exploring and modeling complex education finance decisions. And so they have different resources on their websites. It was established in 2012 at the McCourt School of Public Policy, and it's nationally recognized as a leader in the field of education finance. What we thought was interesting about this is it lays out several of the areas that we have touched on within the last couple sessions. We have discussed, the enrollment rates and the learning disabilities, the special education staffing. And so one of the questions and requests from previous sessions was that we provide you with some more apples to apples comparisons. And so this stuff from the Edunomics Lab is one of those documents that we wanted to give you a chance to review before your discussions tomorrow. If you look on the second page, it also includes NAEP scores and special education staff per 2,000 students with disabilities. This is uniform across all of them. So that's kind of just a brief overview for you. It's really not an in-depth discussion of each of the sections right this second, but it's to hopefully help ensure that we have a good discussion tomorrow as you're moving forward with ideas in your heads. The other document that I'm going to talk about is with the Education Commission of the States. Tomorrow morning, we have Lauren Pasak, I believe is how her name is pronounced, who is going to be giving a presentation to us from the ECS. And so we just wanted to give you a little bit of information from them. They were created in 1967 after the establishment of the Compact for Education in 1965 that highlighted the need for an organization that connects state policymakers and supports education policymaking. The information for the 50 state surveys all comes from ECS in your documents for today. I do want to highlight that they answer questions for legislatures as well as for staff. So the document was from a state legislator requesting information on how states are funding special education services and equitable funding for those services. And so once they finalize each of those questions and send it back to the recipient, they also publish them for the rest of us. And so as a refresher for the group, there are 9 states that have single state weightings. There are 21 states with multiple student weightings, 17 states with the high cost student weightings, 12 states with the census-based, 9 states which have the reimbursement. And I do want to point out that when they share this information, that is 9 states that use it in part or in whole. So there are some states that use reimbursement in part and some like us that do it in whole. 5 states that do resource allocation and categorical grant aid, and then it discusses the equity considerations. Basically, we just wanted to provide you a little bit more Background information regarding the other states and how they do special education. We did touch on that as we were talking through the different funding formulas, and this goes more specifically into the surrounding states. If as a grouping you decide that you want specific states that we did not include in this, we'd be happy to get that information for you as well. But the surrounding states gives you a chance to compare the information that's on that with the memos we also provided. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions on either of those two documents.
Are there questions or comments at this point? Seeing none, you may proceed.
I'm going to actually tag team with Matthew, and he's going to come on back up for the next part.
Welcome again, Madam Chair and Task Force. After a brief break, I am back for round two. So I'm mostly going to be talking about the other big 11 by 17. This one's on blue because we have colored paper and we like to use it. So this is all taken from an ECS, an Education Commission of the States comparison tool that I will go through and kind of show online, and the link for it is also in the footnote of this. So it is where they have gone through and allow you to kind of compare and highlight, in this instance, the special education funding mechanics for each state. For just the printout to kind of not overwhelm, this is specifically, again, the states that are in the Edgeonomics, so kind of the 6 kind of adjacent to us, plus Utah. And I was going to just kind of walk through them in a bit more detail than what we might have discussed previously, and then we'll bring up my computer and kind of show you where and how you can access if you are wanting to see other states or the whole 50, and they have similar comparison tools for other elements of state funding as well. So starting off with what you'll see, so starting off with Arkansas, it is, per this ECS, it is considered as part of their primary funding model. Arkansas uses kind of a dual element in the sense that it has funding that is included within their funding formula for special education, but then they also do have a component that specifically provides additional aid for high-cost occurrences or high-cost services. So the primary method, and if you'll remember from our discussion last meeting with it, so Arkansas comes together and creates this matrix calculation where they essentially base it off of a prototypical school of 500 students and kind of determine what are staffing costs, technology costs, all of this, and then determine what you would need, how many, the teachers are going to cost X, and you need this many teachers for, these grades, and come up with this whole matrix. And part of that is special education, where they have determined on the matrix calculation for the most recent year of including what should be the costs for about 2.9 special education teachers. And so that's kind of their baseline for everything. And then they take all of this determination and then they kind of back into what are those costs and then what does that turn into as far as a student weighting for each district, then based upon what they think the cost of a 500 student school would be. So that is kind of the base that they do for special education, is just including special education teachers in that calculation. And then they also have this high cost element where districts are reimbursed for 100% of costs that are above $15,000 to $65,000, and 80% of costs that are above $65,000, with a maximum of 100 per year. And so for the 23-24 school year, that was an appropriation of $14 million that is set aside to then pay for those high-cost instances. And then on the far right column for source, you will just see where ECS had pulled either the appropriate statutes or bills or other elements that they used in kind of determining this, if you're wanting to kind of go see any of those for yourself. Colorado similarly has kind of a hybrid where they have set amounts that are set aside kind of per student and then have a high-cost funding. So Colorado, essentially what theirs is set up is a multi-weight where each student who has been identified with a disability gets a $1,750 per student. And then for students who have specific disabilities, so in statutes it's listed as visually impaired, hearing impaired, deafblind, emotional disturbance, autism spectrum, traumatic brain injury, multiple disabilities, or an intellectual disability is defined, and all of these are as defined by the state board. Those students then would get an additional up to an additional $6,000 for each district would for any students who have those specific disabilities. And then they also have set aside a bit of money, in this case, as of March of '24, $4 million that were set aside for, again, those high-cost instances where they are able to kind of give districts additional funding, specifically being for districts where the expenditure for a single student either exceeds $100,000 or 2.5% of that school district's annual operating expenses. And then, and I guess at any point I would be happy to stop for questions, or I can just keep going through all of the states, Madam Chair, and take questions at the end, whatever your preference would be.
Are there any questions at this point from the task force? Seeing and hearing none,
Okay.
keep going.
Keep going. So Iowa, as it again kind of has more of a tiered model. This one was, at least from what I could find, a little harder, at least on my understanding personally, but basically they break it into 3 tiers. And as you'll see, tier 1 gets an additional, and these are slightly different. They've been updated. So the weightings are updated kind of, I believe, annually in Iowa. But for this level 1, which is where the recommendation for the student is just supplemental assistance at this kind of level 1, they get a weighting of 1.72 rather than just the 1 of a general ed student. If it is more severe in this level 2, then it jumps up to 2.21, and then for 3, or what I would presume are the most severe cases, it's 3.74. So again, you'll see it's kind of a tiered system based upon kind of where the child fits in the level of assistance. And it is just purely based on those categories. I'll skip over Kansas, as we've kind of discussed that element.
Matthew,
Yeah.
if you'll just a sec, I do have a couple of questions. So I'm sorry, going back to Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
So I see that they have a high-cost special education trust fund. Do you know anything about how that is organized, or? I've never seen a trust fund like that as a funding mechanism for anything. Maybe I just have missed it, but that jumped out at me.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do kind of more research from what my little bit based off of this shows is, so that high-cost special education trust fund is who then administers the grants for the high-cost services for districts. And so that's where if a district meets those requirements of, in the preceding budget year, they had a single student with an IEP that exceeded the lesser of $100,000 or 2.5% of the district's annual audited operating expenses, then they can apply for getting this high-cost kind of additional assistance, at which point there is a committee that oversees this trust fund that then will consider the following and determining whether to award a grant, and it depends on things such as the number of applications received, the amount of high-cost special education trust fund money available for distribution, and as well as any special circumstances associated with the individual high-cost special education grant requests. And then they make the final determination and award those amounts. So I think My understanding is it is still that they are working with money that's appropriated by the state, but it is in this trust fund committee that is reviewing those applications and then making award determinations. But again, I'd be happy to go further into how that mechanism works if you would like.
It's just a very foreign concept to me, that to see that type of funding mechanism for something like this. So I'm interested in that. I don't know if it's worthy of the task force time, but it's just a unique concept to me I was not familiar with. Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who represents a couple of really large districts in this state, I'm not sure any child would ever, their expenses would ever reach 2.5% of, say, Olathe School District's operating budget. So I think this maybe would be inequitable towards larger districts. That's just my first thought.
Representative Estes. A response, Matthew?
Oh, I was just going to say, Madam Chair, Representative, it is the lesser of either $100,000 or the 2.5%. So it's whichever one is less. And so if it's a small district, I would presume, and it's 50,000 and that's 2.5%, then they could apply. So with a larger district such as some of yours, it would likely be that $100,000 threshold.
Representative Estes.
So does this functioning like a true trust fund where there's a corpus that's not touched?
Madam Chair, Representative, I'm not certain, but again, I would be happy to do further research on how some of those elements play out.
Dr. Harwood, I didn't mean to open a can of worms. I'm just curious, Dr. Harwood.
So I don't know exactly how it's managed, but I believe this is actually funded by marijuana taxes. So it may be that they're taking some proceeds from that and putting it into a trust fund. I don't know how this $4 million max works with that, but that's what I understand.
Well, you mentioned marijuana, and Jason has to jump in here.
Madam Chair, yes.
Yes,
It
Revisor
follows me
Long.
into all kinds of committees. Yes, a quick glance at the creating statute. It looks like they created a special revenue fund to be funded by marijuana tax revenues that then is used to provide grants for high-cost special education. As Matthew indicated, we can certainly delve into it a little bit more if the committee would be interested in more of the nuances of it, but that's what it looks like at first glance.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Rooker.
I certainly would be interested in a little more detail. I was actually curious if there's the ability to pull in a little context for us about how long-standing some of these are, when statutes that are being cited as the source of the funding mechanism information were enacted, so that we know if it's 10 years old or whatever, then there's enough data that lives behind it that we could be looking at. If it was last year, it's going to be hard to draw any conclusions. So I would appreciate that piece of information as well.
I do have one other question, and then Senator Petty, we will move to you. So in Iowa, those levels, do you have any idea? I know in Oklahoma, for example, we'll get there, but they pay a different percent based or on different exceptionalities. Do you have any idea in Iowa, what would be an example of something in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3? Do you know, Matthew?
Madam Chair, the research I've done, I've not been able to find something that was very clear on what those tiers are, but we can continue to dig and reach out to the state if need be to try and get a better understanding.
Okay, thank you. Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, mine's along the same lines as Melissa Rooker, and that I know when we looked at these states originally with their school funding, some of them had just passed new school funding laws. And I just want to add that as we looked at Iowa's was difficult with their school funding. So to have their special ed being difficult to look at matches their school funding as well.
Seeing no other questions, Matthew, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So moving on to Missouri. This one, again, if you remember back to our discussions on Missouri, a lot of it was around having these this kind of set of performance districts and then utilizing characteristics of them to set kind of the normative amount. So for Missouri, it is that the performance districts kind of have an average, or has allowed it to set a threshold of an IEP rate of 13.11%. And so for districts that have an IEP rate above that, they would get an additional, a weighting of an additional 75% weighting for students with a special education count. So with IEPs, if their rate is above that. So if their district has that 13.11 or below, then I believe they would not get additional weightings. But it's kind of all built upon having those thresholds and then getting weightings when you exceed that threshold of what's kind of a normative. Moving on, Nebraska, similar to Kansas, does do, is a reimbursement district and or a state, and appears to be kind of just a set across, reimburses for 80% of total allowable excess cost for special education. I did, in looking at the statutes, they do kind of call out what they call like level 1 services. And so for students with disabilities who require an aggregate of no more than 3 hours per week of special education services, they get kind of a different or like a more capped amount than for those above it, but otherwise it appears to largely just be a reimbursement method based on those expenses. And then the chair had mentioned Oklahoma. So Oklahoma does it based upon a weighting based upon the category of disability or exceptionality. If the committee is interested, a memo that I had found from their State Department kind of lists those out in a table and has some examples. If the committee would like to look at them, I'd be happy to get those passed out really fast.
I would. So let's go ahead and pass those out. And while you're doing that, Director Ricker.
Fun fact, while he's passing them out, same source, Education Commission of the States. You can pull a state profile that just gives some generalities. For the states that we've been looking at, I've got state profiles that include base amount of funding, and I would say that what I see is that 4 states have higher base aid than Kansas, and 2 states, Oklahoma and Nebraska, have significantly less base aid amounts. So that's probably context we would want to factor in to our deliberations at the appropriate time.
Yeah, and there is, I have really dug into ECS. If you haven't, it's a good source for comparative. I've also been rather surprised, and we'll dig into this more as we do more discussion time, as the difference between how much of education is funded at the state versus local level. So I think that's also a conversation to look at, and how we compare and how that all works together as well. Okay, so Matthew.
Yep, so Madam Chair, members of the task force, so if you turn to page 2 of the document, that is where you will see on table 1, they kind of list out. So essentially, Oklahoma has gone through and, state that if you have a speech or language impairment, then that is a 0.05 weight, versus if you have a traumatic brain injury, that's 2.4. And so then the state will essentially aggregate up to 2 disabilities. So if you're a primary one, as you'll see in the examples, they will, if you have your primary one, then that is what it is. You would just get that weighting. One note I would point out is that Oklahoma does, if you have a suspected or if you were given a developmental delay, then they treat the weighting as whatever it is that you were suspected to have. So as you will see in that scenario 1, also on page 2, if the primary disability is a developmental delay, but the suspected disability is a specific learning disability, then that student is getting the 0.4 weighting, because that is what the suspected one is. Similarly, if a student has multiple, then you would add those weightings together. So in scenario 2, also on page 2, if a student both had a visual impairment and an emotional disturbance, you add the 3.8 with the 2.5, so that student would get an overall weighting of a 6.3 for special education. And then the final scenario that I thought, again, was helpful was on the next page, on page 3. If you receive related services, then that can also factor in. You still take only the highest 2, but in the example of this student 4, their primary is autism. They have one of an orthopedic impairment, but then they also receive speech language therapy. And so in this instance, their primary and secondary diagnoses are what goes together to add the weighting. But if, for instance, that student also received, say, audiology or something that had a higher weighting, they could receive that higher weighting for having that related service that is being administered to them, even if that is not necessarily tied to the disability that they have. And again, there's some further kind of scenarios on the back, but again, I just thought it was kind of helpful for kind of showing how Oklahoma has done the weighting specific to what an individual has an IEP for, and tried to address weightings, I would presume, to balance out with the costs that a district faces in providing the services for those students.
I find that very interesting and helpful to kind of understand how it actually works in practice. So thank you. Any questions on that, committee? Seeing none, thank you, Matthew. You can continue.
So then the final one on the back of the blue sheet is we were asked about Utah as well. And so similar to a lot of states, it does have a hybrid, and then it has kind of a couple. The primary one, however, is a weighting that, or a funding that is based upon kind of a multiple year of enrollment growth. So I read through some of the statutes and will not begin to say that I understand them very thoroughly, but essentially kind of the gist of it is they're figuring out that school district or that local education agency's kind of average number of special education students, and then based upon that census and its change along with the growth and change in the district itself will kind of impact whether it gets more or just its funding in general. So it is based on more of a, again, in this case, a 5-year or kind of an averaging out of a time span of the change in both the school district census enrollment of students, but specifically the makeup of special education students as the district's enrollment. They also had a high-cost pilot program. From what I can tell, that pilot program has appeared to sunset. And I could not find anything stating that they had extended it or renewed it, but at least for a few years, they had, again, a high-cost one where districts submit for expenses for individuals who have high costs and can get additional funding for that. And then on the bottom of the sheet, you will see kind of for total answers that 6 of the 8 districts on there answered yes to their special education funding being part of their primary school model. Of the funding mechanisms, 3 of them were hybrid in that they utilized multiple systems. 2 had multiple weights, 2 were reimbursement, and 1 had a single weight. And then there is a mix of whether or not census-based student counts. Most of them did not. And then it was kind of a mix of 3 yes and 5 no on having high-cost service funding. So with that, I'm happy to take more questions on that, and then I can get in and kind of show the task force the website. So if you're wanting to look at additional states or just be able to explore that on your own, you can do that prior to tomorrow's discussion.
Thank you, Matthew. Questions or comments? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get a little bit nervous when we are limiting, or when Oklahoma is just limiting this disability to 2. You know, I can think of several kids in my own life who have more than 2 exceptionalities, and so, especially if we throw gifted into the mix. So I have heartburn about the way Oklahoma does this in particular.
Yeah, it's interesting to Representative McDonald's point, because I'm very familiar with the situation where we have a student, and I know it's probably not that rare anymore, that is on the spectrum with Asperger's, but gifted. So it would be interesting to see how that would be handled in a situation like Oklahoma and how they do that, because those, typically we think of somehow if you have more than one exceptionality, they're somehow related, or on the, those two seem to be completely contradictory. So how do you allow for something along those lines? I don't know, but, so, okay, good comments. Any other comments or questions on this before we proceed? Seeing none? Matthew, you're back up.
One moment, and I will get this brought up. All right. I just need to, oh. I just need to drag it across, or? Okay. Okay. Let's see, which way does it go? There we go. Oh. All right, so if you just go to ECS, they have this kind of comparison for K-12 funding. And so from there, you have a variety of being able to check on primary funding, base amount, a variety, including gifted and talented or small size, rural funding adjustments. And then for special education, you will see this looks very similar. I just, their document would not, I could not pull it in a way that was convenient for printing off. So I tried to keep a lot of it, but from there, you can filter by a variety of these, but it just goes through and you can see every single state, and it has those same elements that I spoke about. And again, if there is one where you want more added to a physical printout like that, I am happy to do it. I just kind of picked ones we'd already discussed rather than going further than that. But here you will see kind of the total answers to some of these elements. 36 states do include special education funding in their primary funding model. 15 answered no. 27 have some type of hybrid approach of using multiple means of funding. 10 have multiple weightings, 4 reimbursement, 4 single, 2 high cost, only high cost, 2 resource allocation, and 2 only categorical. 14 of them stated that they do use census-based student counts, 37 stated they do not. And then for high-cost funding, it's a little more split, with 30 states not offering some kind of high-cost service funding and 21 states offering it. And so that's where I just wanted to kind of show it. Again, the link is on the bottom of the blue sheet, but if you are wanting to explore it and, again, have further questions, please let myself or Jennifer or Nicole or any of us know. We'd be more than happy to dive into research about whatever state you would like, so that we can help provide the task force with more information. And so that was the end that I had. I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I'd be happy to address further questions or anything else.
And I will let the task force know that as chair, I was looking for resources on how to just approach the task before us. And they have a toolkit on this website that I perused a ton of these, trying to get helpful information, and hadn't even mentioned it to staff. But when they said, you know, there's this group, and I'm like, yeah, I've been all over their website. And so I'm anxious to hear their presentation in the morning. So if you have time this evening and you just didn't get enough of this conversation today, and you want to just go through their website and come up with any questions about, or ideas about how they may be a resource to us as we move forward, then I would encourage you to do so. So any other questions or comments for Matthew on this portion? I hear none from online either, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator, I did not know that. So Senator Petty.
Okay. Oh, you know what? It's because I just took myself off mute, but didn't raise my hands. So it's a little bit different what I'm getting online and what you guys have in paper. But So Matthew, on the, what you were just showing about pulling, is that under the K-12 educational funding, or is that under, which length would it be?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, Senator Petty, so on the K-12 funding 2024 document, that's the big one that lists the other states in detail. On the footer, it'll say data from Education Commission of the States, 50 state, and then in parentheses, there is a link that should take you there that you can copy and paste. Otherwise, if you just put into Google or whatever your favorite browser is, if you do Education Commissions of the States funding comparison, I'm pretty sure it should be one of the top ones that would pop up for you as well. And if the task force would like, Jennifer, I would be happy to send out a link as well if that would be easier.
I think that would be good just to have that available, but hang on, because I will, if you don't have the link for the Medicaid reimbursement report that just came out, we'll just send those in one email so we don't bombard you guys and get that information sent out this afternoon. Did you have anything else, Senator Petty?
No, thank you.
Anything we missed? Okay, thank you, Matthew. I just want to express appreciation to our staff. As always, they do a great job of providing, and it takes them a long time to put this together in a format that I hope is helpful to the task force as we move into now our discussion. And for the purposes of this afternoon's discussion, I'm going to try, I know it might bleed over into other areas, but let's keep the discussion to what we've learned this afternoon about special education. Tomorrow we will have discussion about broader areas of our work, but as far as special education, did I miss it? Did you all go over this at all? You did, okay. Sorry, I must have been looking at something else. Okay, so we are going to open it up with discussion, and this can be just thoughts, just brainstorming over what we've seen compared to what we do here in Kansas, just general first impressions or thoughts as we look to actually crafting a new finance formula. So I'm just going to open it up there. Comments or questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just get us started. I was just really blown away by this Edunomics lab. And the one thing that was consistent between all of the states that showed outcomes, improved outcomes, it appeared to be that it's the overall reading level. And if we can just get our kids to read, it just looks like it's going to impact everyone. I would love to see a formula that incentivizes outcomes so that we're constantly moving in the right direction. And I don't know how that would look, but this is extraordinary to see this data.
Well, I think to your point, the things that we can identify, whether there's a correlation, and make sure that our resources are directed toward those things that we see are helping outcomes for all students, then I think that it's incumbent upon us to have the discussion if that's where the resources ought to be directed. So as we can see those correlations, I think it's worthy of discussion as with this group. Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really glad that Representative Williams brought this up, because I did notice on that chart for the State of the States Special Education Edunomics Lab, it does talk about how improved reading instruction for all students is associated with better scores for special ed students. And, you know, I've been trying to speak every time I get in front of a microphone to talk about how a budget's a reflection of our priorities, and we have essentially defunded all of our efforts towards Blueprint for Literacy and getting our teachers trained in the science of reading, both on a state level as well. They've clawed back money from the state or the National Department of Education. So I think that we really need to make sure that we are devoting resources to the things that we all agree about. We all know how to fix this reading dilemma. We have the best practices in our toolhouse or our toolkit. We just need to make sure that our teachers can access that training. And I've been very, very frustrated with that.
Any other comments or questions? If not, you're going to hear me. Okay, so we didn't spend a lot of time discussing the NAEP scores, but to build upon that, I think we have to look at how our current funding is producing outcomes or not. And it was, I had not seen it in this format, but the fact that when I look at the NAEP scores for our fourth grade reading, for our, it says disability status of student, excluding those with 504 plans. And we have years 2017 through 2024, and unless I'm not looking at this bar chart correctly, it looks like we're below the national average each of those years. Am I looking at that correctly? And below many of our peer states that we have in here. So we have the national, we have Arkansas, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, and Oklahoma. But I just looked at us compared to the national. And that's alarming to me. So one of the things that I think we need to focus on are the outcomes. And I guess my comment to the previous representative would be that I don't know that we unfunded every single resource for reading instruction when we're fully funding our schools and the amount that our universities get. If we're dependent on 10 million for our literacy effort, that's woefully inadequate, period. So I would just say that we're not defunding all of the effort to help our students with reading instruction. Representative.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the chance to clarify. What we've done is we've taken away the money that we had allocated and promised in past years, that we were promising teachers that we would help them to pay for this training. So they are retooling. You know, within any given job industry, a lot of times the employer will pay to make sure that they're using industry standards and best practices, and that is what we have defunded. These teachers are going to have to come up with that money out of their own pockets for their tuition, coaching that's involved, loss of maybe days that they're out of class to be able to access this instruction. So that is what we have missed the opportunity to amp up the number of teachers who are trained in the science of reading so that we can close that gap.
I guess I would just say that if that's an important effort at the local level, they have professional development days, they have funds for that. I would suggest that they make literacy a priority and use those professional development days and their resources to focus on literacy. Going back to special education. Any other comments or, well, I'm getting a note. Okay, yes, okay, yeah, I got that. Thank you. Anything else jump out or is of interest or concern regarding what we've seen and learned today about SPED? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a question, and I probably direct it more to those that are still in education. Many of us are kind of former education, but I listened, and many of you have listened to the podcast Sold a Story, and it's about reading and how we taught reading and how it swept the nation wrong woefully for many years, and school districts were utilizing the 3 queuing, and we've dealt with that. But my question relates to special education. We realize that we went decades for some school districts in the wrong direction, creating children that were illiterate, not able to read, frustrated. What do we know about special education and how we're teaching I just don't want us to be formulating a new finance formula that's following old patterns, old styles, that has, for example, on this handout, it showed there wasn't really a correlation between, let's see, more teachers or paras, or, and then we've also seen some times that more money isn't necessarily the answer. So I would love to know where are we modeling good practices that kind of is paralleling the sold story. I just don't want us to invest in something that's not working. And I just didn't know if there are some really great examples of what we should be doing, maybe even including efficiency part of that with high level of instruction.
Throw it out there to anyone who might have some insight with that. Yes, Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly I don't have all the answers. I don't think anyone around the room does. But one thing to keep in mind is there was a period of time, a long period of time, where we didn't serve all students with disabilities, right? I mean, we simply shuffled them elsewhere. And really, I hate to say this, in some cases did not worry as much about the academics as integration into normal society. So some changes have happened, and I know there's areas that we're working on now. We talked about the science of reading. Letters training is something that the state has endorsed. I'm going through letters training now as the science of reading. Now, hopefully the funding comes back as an administrator. Hopefully the funding comes back around, because right now it might be gone from us, from the federal government. And I will share that although an elementary teacher in a former life, I've learned so much. And it wouldn't matter if it was a student with disability or a student with general ed needs. It's for all students. It applies universally. And so I think that the steps that are being taken right now for our teachers in providing that professional development probably is the crust of it. I also will say this, the resources available today to purchase, which are highly costly compared to what I was used to seeing a decade ago, certainly have attributes that not only endorse the science of reading, but also provide supplemental materials to better support students that may have specific disabilities. And I think we're just seeing that come around to our classrooms. It will take years, I think, to be fully implemented, because it's connected to both. But I do think that the CROSP is helping train, support, and then finding resources available. One of the challenges I think all of us are not saying, but we know, is we're understaffed in special education right now, right? There's over 200 openings for paraeducators in Johnson County alone, and we're just understaffed. So we're trying to do the best we can. Are we open to ideas? Absolutely. Do we think there's some ideas out there that's in front of KSD and help supporting us? Absolutely. And I can just only speak from my own experience in that I feel better prepared today, and I'm a superintendent who doesn't work directly with kids, to educate students in the area of literacy than I was as a teacher years ago.
I guess my question would be, having been in education for my entire career, the legislature funded the programs and resources that were used per the Sold a Story podcast, all of those things, and you can look at all the experts who were directing reading instruction that districts bought into, right? That we now know do not work. I mean, I think everyone here is saying that they do not work, and we have the evidence that they didn't work. There wasn't a special teacher training program or professional development at the time to implement those in the classroom, right? We funded education. The districts made the decision as to what resources and how and the universities made the decision on how they were training teachers to teach reading. Can we agree on that? It wasn't a legislative push. But we find ourselves in a crisis, and so the legislature goes to try to appropriate funds, and then we're blamed for not giving $10 million out of $6 billion to public ed alone and the universities. I mean, to me, that just does not ring hollow, and I don't think that pointing the finger at the legislature for the decades of the instructional and resource materials, and I know that doing the best you can. I'm not blaming anyone. We find ourselves here. What I am saying is I find it incredulous to blame the legislature for this at this point, when we were not part of the decision for decades of jumping on to what caused the crisis that we now are in. And so I'm going to be very adamant about that. And I want to make sure that going forward with this task force, that we provide the resources to the people who are making those decisions, but by no means am I going to allow the legislature to be the convenient villain in this reading scenario, because it just isn't true. I mean, it just defies logic. With that, we have a couple of online questions. Representative Hill, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry not to be there today. I missed the presence of everybody. But it's interesting as we look at whether it's at-risk funding or special ed funding or funding in general. One of the things that jumps out is that resources make differences if they're targeted. And one of the challenges we have is coupled with the idea that the state will equalize funding throughout the state, is the idea of local control. And in response to some of the reading examination that people have been discussing, I find it bordering on immoral that people would understand, which we all do, that we've been teaching kids wrong for a long time, and to not change that teaching direction on their own without supplemental money is abhorrent, in my opinion. And to have admissions that people would do that teachers would do that, is concerning, definitely. I think the challenge we have as a committee is targeting resources to needs. And you know, the thing that just jumped out to me today is how we are all over the board with school districts, and I know some of that is because of it going through cooperatives and interlocals, et cetera. But we've got to do a better job, and I don't know. Um, Special ed operates off of a predictive model right now. We take last year's needs, and then we predict what those are going to be in the next year. And that predictive model might work fairly good on a statewide basis, but it seems like it's wholly inadequate on a district by district basis. I don't know if there's a way we can become, I mean, we have all kinds of technology to know uh, who's got which students. Um, if we can get closer to real time on funding, it sure seems like it makes a lot more sense than to try to predict what each district's needs are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a few things. I think it's important that as we move forward, that we, we should also be considering what has been proven to make a successful school. When I was in the classroom, there was 5 points that are often looked at as making success, helping to build successful schools. And I don't think we've even talked about any of those today or as we've worked. I think if we are going to be, as we look at a formula, and if we start talking about local effort as opposed to state effort, then we should also be considering how we got to having within our current formula that has worked well for so long, why we went to having mills that have been assessed across the state. I know I'm from one of those districts that was part of a lawsuit that helped to bring about equalization. And I would hate to see us go back to having some areas that have low valuations to having unbelievable assessed valuations in order to provide public education. So I think if we are going to look down that road that we need to be aware of how we got there in the first place. And lastly, I don't know that I've heard anyone blaming the state necessarily for reading, but I do know that when it came to, it wasn't $10 million, actually, it was a much larger of funding that was supposed to be going in at both the higher education level and the K-12 level. And that was in the budget process was reduced down to just talking about $10 million that did not get allocated. So we know what works. And as a superintendent said earlier, we're training. And so if we're looking at a new school finance model, and if we do agree that reading is a definitely basis, I think we want to make sure that we're including what we know works.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Dr. Harwood.
So, Madam Chair, this will start off a little circular, but I promise it'll get back to, I think, where we were trying to go anyway. So when we talk about the science of reading and then whole language before that, the problem wasn't that whole language was not successful. The problem was it was successful with a lot of students. It just wasn't successful with everybody, and it left people behind. And now we know better from that. And so now we are working with the universities to prepare students, the pre-service teachers. We have a lot of teachers out there that didn't get that instruction before, so that's what we're working on. State Board had federal money set aside to try to solve that problem. We're still working through that. So that's a current problem that won't be the same issue in 2027 when this starts. So I think that's going to be different. In special ed, I think the question is, and this is a little bit back to Representative Hill's comments, the current model is based on an estimate of what the next year's costs will be, not what the districts need. The distribution is based on the needs they had based on what they spent. And there's nothing to stop a district from doing whatever they think is best for those students. It is difficult to come up with one size fits all for special education because it's right there in the name. It's special for each person, and each person has an IEP. So each team is supposed to be coming up what's best for that student, understanding the costs that are there. I think for this committee, I think the question is, Kansas is one of the few districts that does a reimbursement model. So are there other models that we want to look at, and do we want to model those models to see what that would happen? Because in any school funding formula, there are two parts to it. One is how good is the distribution model, and then what are the resources that go into the model to get distribution? And so from the Kansas Supreme Court, that's the equity of the model and the adequacy of the funding. So I think those are what we're kind of need to talk about. So are there things, other models that we've looked at that we want to look at? KSD would be happy to work with KLRD to model the models so we can see what that would look like in just in the states. I mean, I think Representative Williams has brought up before this idea of holding harmless. Anytime you change something, if you do it with the same amount of money, somebody's going to get more and somebody's going to get less. And so that's a reality we're going to have to deal with. But are there ones that people are interested in, and which ones are those, and what do we need to do to get that on the table so we can talk about it?
And that is definitely going to be hopefully the outcome of our accumulation of today and tomorrow's discussion, because you're exactly right. That's what we're going to do. We're going to say, okay, what are we interested in? Have staff or KSD or together, what would that look like? And what would that do to our current, that's exactly the plan. So thank you. Great segue into that. We'll go with Representative Williams, Estes, and then Director Rooker.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, really quick. So coming back to your question about expectation or expenditures, we don't know what that is. I know that there are guidelines that are with KSE that tell you here's what you can use your money for, and we can track it and look at it. But I do think we need to be more explicit about expenditures. In terms of the reimbursement, if we don't do a reimbursement, then I guess that doesn't really matter. But ultimately, I think that, what is the appropriate model structurally? And we know what there are best practices out there. We know I've heard of former principals and teachers that talk about best practices and not having every single teacher do every single IEP, but have someone that is in charge of that. And I'm wondering, maybe we need to be more explicit, because otherwise there is no, the structure's wide open, and you might have a huge range of one district doing an amazing job with their resources, with less resources, and others doing less with more resources. And so the more we have best practices, and maybe that's something that can be brought back to this committee, that these are the best practices. It's not saying it's universal only. It's just saying these are the best practices and this is what we're going to get behind. So, and also I think least restrictive environment can be a little bit problematic as well. And so we need to look at that within the confines of the federal law, because there's got to be a better way to maneuver, because if we're really trying to do what's best for the child, that's not always the best for the child. It's not always best for all the children as well. And so I don't know what the answer is, but we do need somebody to help us with best practices so that we can fund best practices.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. I hope that whatever we do addresses that disconnect between how we're estimating and how we're distributing, and that we get a more true equalization. And I think part of solving this is ultimately, I don't feel like we have enough information, but I think there are solutions out there. And one of the things that I was most excited about this year, and poor Dr. Harwood is tired of me thinking of ways to use our new CUME folder system. But I wish we had really good, solid information that didn't take a lot of man hours for us to say, all right, how many of each exceptionality do we have? How many of our students have multiples? And then do we have a solid look at, based on those exceptionalities, how long we think that child will need services? Some speech things, services are going to be a matter of years, and some special needs are going to be of a larger and longer nature. But we really don't have a long view of where we're going and what we truly need. So I think we need more data, and I think we need much more transparency about where money is sitting, and do more forecasting, because if we went to model the model, which I would love for us to do, I don't think we have enough information. And if you tell me I'm wrong, I'd be super excited about that, because I think that's part of what we need to do to get to our long-range solution. So some people may not like Oklahoma because it has a limit of 2 exceptionalities, but it's not like we would have to take what they do as they do it. We can put our own Kansas spin on it, and I think it makes sense for us to know, what does an actual service cost us, and how long should that student need that service? And then we could do a better job of planning. And I'd like us to treat the districts more evenly. Thank you.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I hope this task force does is remember that special ed students are first and foremost general ed students, and that context matters, that classroom, that overall funding and ability of the district to provide the general services is just as important as the specifics that are embedded in the IEP, which becomes the document that guides the individual targeting of specific services. So that idea, I mean, you see it in practice in the formula that accounts for the general ed funding and the baseline that every student brings. It's for that reason. So I think we have to keep that North Star in mind as we are attempting to evaluate the efficacy, the pros and cons of different models of funding.
I think we have to keep in mind, and it seems obvious, but the needs of the student, that should drive what we're doing in our work here. And sometimes, we get involved in numbers or data or graphs, and I think we all need to bring that back to, is this in the best interest of the student? Is this going to help our students succeed? I know we all want that, but sometimes just refocusing it, like you said, Director, thank you. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just follow up a little bit on Representative Estes' comments. As far as the IEP to me is not having ever sat on an IEP committee. It's like this closed door magical thing that I have no idea how it works. But what is written in an IEP? The question I would have, like the Oklahoma model that we looked at a little bit today, is how strong a correlation there is between the resources dedicated and exceptionality or disability identified. And I mean, because that model is really dependent upon there being a high correlation between those, and whether there's a somewhat limited number. I mean, if you have 5,000 different IEPs or 5,000 different disabilities, it gets really hard to do something. But if there is basic groups, which it seems like a number of states have decided there are basic groups. So, I mean, some more information about what are IEPs. Is there any way to look at that and see consistency of IEPs, in relationship to resources dedicated? That would be interesting to me. Thank you.
Oh, Representative Hill. I've never heard an IEP described as this magical. Those of us who've been in many of them, it's a lengthy process. It's a legal process. It's a input from the parents, from the staff members. I mean, there's usually about as many adults sitting around a table like this, talking about how can we help best meet the needs of the student? What does that require? What does that look like? And then the legality of the request for testing. And, Mr. Dean could talk ad nauseum, I'm sure, about it, but it's, as with most things that we encounter, it's much more complicated than at first blush you would think it would seem. Here's a kiddo with this exceptionality. It's not just like this, and this, boom, and you get, the outcome, and they're off an IEP. And I know you're not suggesting that by any means, but to find that correlation, I think that's like a needle in a haystack. But I do think it's worth looking at, are there mechanisms that we can say, not a causation, but a correlation that seems to be a better way of directing resources toward a specific exceptionality in general. And we always know there's going to be exceptions, but that's where that team meeting on that individual child then has that local control to address it. So, Mr. Dean, I see you. Would you like to weigh in or correct me, sir?
Oh, I'd never correct you. No, I won't get invited back.
Believe me,
But no,
you can.
No corrections, no corrections. No, I think that's very astute. And we have to points that may been made by a number of folks, kind of the different ways to even slice some of the data that we already have access to here at the state, whether that's the identification rates by particular by particular disabilities and the number of service minutes that are actually being provided to individual students as part of IEPs. I mean, there's a number of things, on the one hand, there's a number of things that we do have here at the state level that we have kind of looked at over the years. And one of the things that we do find as we've kind of started to go down those rabbit holes is just that context matters. You know, we have a statewide average right now of overall identification rates for students with disabilities of about 17%. But if you look at individual districts within our state, I mean, that varies between, you know, we've got some that are under 10% and we've got others that are over 28%. I mean, and that's not necessarily that one is good or one is bad. It's that context of what's going on in that LEA, in that district or co-op, and how are they, you know, managing their child plan. One of the things that we find, and this maybe gets more to the where you guys are going with it, is that a student, the exact same student with the exact same the exact same student with a disability in one district may not, they still have a disability, but they may not need an IEP to be successful and to receive FAPE, to have that access to the general curriculum, depending on what overall resources are just available in that district. You know, what kind of general differentiation just that third grade teacher is able to do and able to bring. You know, what kind of, I don't know if it was Director Rooker or someone else that mentioned that, you know, those strengths of good differentiation that make someone a good special education teacher also just make them a really good teacher overall. And so some of it is just empowering all of our educators to be good, be able to utilize high quality instructional materials and be effective educators. But there is, I don't want to talk ad nauseum about it, but yes, there is a wealth of information and resources that are, you know, that's available on this that I'm sure that folks would be happy to provide. And of course, you know, our Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators, our special education directors throughout the state have a wealth of information on this as well that I'm sure that would be available to share.
And so for this task force, as you are going through and processing, you know, the conversation and the materials that we have, I want to appoint a couple of point people if you have requests, so you're not bombarding Dr. Harwood or Mr. D, and that we don't duplicate requests for the information. We have someone kind of being the gatekeeper for that, and I'm going to say that's going to be Matt and Jennifer and Nicole maybe. And they are in constant communication, so we're not duplicating effort or sending it 5 different ways. So please reach out with any requests or information or clarification you want to these 3, and then they will take it from there and get us the answers and data that we need. So just for the process. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the understanding of my absence. 2 things I'd like to just mention with this committee. One is that I appreciate the fact that we are looking at education funding with fresh eyes. And as such, it's good that we can ask questions without people considering that being questioning or taking offense. Now, wait a minute, no, it's working great, just like it is. Why are we wanting to change anything? We're not trying to hide anything, or we're doing this the right way. So I appreciate Dr. Harwood and Dr. Dean, Mr. Dean, forgive me, and others that are answering the questions and realizing this is what we are expected to do by statute, that we are to look at this funding. The second thing is, we all come to this committee with different backgrounds and different understandings. Somebody was mentioning have never been part of an IEP process. Some of us have been principals, superintendents, et cetera. I personally come from a background of having been an elementary classroom teacher, having children that maybe should have had an IEP, or back in the day, we didn't, you know, you have very few children that were in, quote, special ed. Being the mother of my first 3 children were in the gifted program, reading is my background, that's my master's program. So typically you teach your children how to read by the time they're 3, they go into school, school's easy for them. My youngest child, however, was not really sure of all of his letters going into 4th grade. He was severely dyslexic, language delayed. In the same school system, with the same teachers, same mom, but he didn't know the difference between the letter A and D if you mix them up, and his name is Adam. And both of those letters are in his name. And so the only thing I knew to do when I went to talk to his wonderful teachers at DeSoto schools, and I at the time was the president of the special education parents, because the Having Children in the Gifted program, and said, I think we all know Adam is not doing well. And the answer was, yes, he is. Adam, are you kidding? We love Adam. He's great. He's got B's on everything here in 3rd grade. And I said, I think you'll find when his tests of basic skills come back that he's probably at about the 2nd percentile because he just guesses at everything. He really has no background. And the only thing I know to do is resign my teaching position in Lawrence Public Schools and to homeschool my son. So I requested all the 4th grade books, which it took me about a week to realize I had to put those aside, and we just needed to work on hard phonics. This is the letter D, and we're going to spend a week on D till you really get what D means. And work together every single day, go into the other room and cry for a little bit to give him a break and say, let's just take a break. Math was his favorite thing, so we'll do math when we get back. You just take a break, and gave him his fun activities to do. And some of his fun activities were playing some video games that he loved. I'm telling you this to show you that we all come from different backgrounds, also to tell you that Adam was able to learn how to read. His reading teacher at DeSoto School said, Beverly, do you want me to tell him or do you want to tell him he'll never learn how to read? I've never seen a case this bad. And I said, as God is my witness, no one will tell my son he won't learn how to read. She meant well. She's a lovely person. I had her daughter in 5th grade at Deerfield School in Lawrence, and she had my son in special reading. But I'm going to tell you that, put Adam back in at 6th grade, knowing he wasn't even close to that grade level, but I could still help him. His IEP said one thing. He's given more time to complete his work. Well, if you're working on your work till 1 o'clock in the morning and you're still not done, given more time does not necessarily help. So I'm grateful for how far we've come with IEPs and the programs that we've been working on. I'm also proud to tell you, so 6th grade was a struggle, so we homeschooled in the 7th and 8th. Tried 9th grade again. Again, the more time was not helping, needed a lot more help than that. And then sophomore and junior year, we homeschooled with a accredited program. Senior year went back into school, and the principal at DeSoto School called him out during graduation and said, I've never met a kid who didn't have a smile on his face every day, who didn't love everybody. Any new student at DeSoto High School, we had introduced to Adam because he's got this great sense of humor and he'll show them around. Adam's now 41, has a wife and a son. He has his own business, and it's making videos and video game systems for people, and he's very successful, and he knows how to read anything, including very technical information. So I wanted to share that with you to say, since we come from different backgrounds and we come from different experiences, and what you may see is, here's a senator, here's a director, here's a representative, here's the superintendent, may not know that we all have different experiences, and that's why I think it's very important that we listen to one another and that we work together to do exactly what's best for these kids, from Adam Gossage to, the valedictorian at the school. We don't want to leave anybody out, but we also, when it comes to least restrictive environment, don't want to affect these other children. I've seen that happen in the classroom. We're like, may not be the best for everybody in this room, so let's work on all of that. But I feel confident that we have the best people at the table, Madam Chair, and that we can do a deep dive into the funding and we can make it better. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Rooker.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Senator. We have focused on the areas of our school funding formula, the finance side of it. There's a section of statute that maybe it would be helpful that we took a look at that deals with the rights of students with IEPs, the rights of parents of students with IEPs, the evaluation process that goes into developing the plan. So you have the federal IDEA Act, but we also have state law. And in some ways, our state law goes farther, has stronger process defined than what IDEA outlines. And not in every element, but I know there is a lot in the statute books that we really haven't talked about that deals with how the IEP is developed and how you go about maintaining the rights of the family involved. So I think that would be important for us to factor into deliberations before we really make wholesale change to the way we approach least restrictive environment and a number of elements that could affect the experience of the families in question.
Now, we aren't going to have anything to do tomorrow if y'all keep this up, because we've talked about, and one of the things we're going to do is set some agreement of how we're going to proceed and listen to each other and function as a group. Back in my day, this is going to age me for you education folks, but it was like the 7 norms of collaboration. Okay, I see some nods about, yeah. But we're going to, I think it's important that we set some of those just ground rules of how we're going to, eat this elephant, so to speak. And also, Director Ricker, that Tamara is going to give us an overview on just kind of a high level on school funding state statutes. By no means, I mean, we could spend the rest of our meetings the whole time looking at that, but just a general understanding of, because I think there's confusion. Even sometimes I have to ask myself, is that in the Constitution, or is that in statute, or is that KSDE policy, or is that just a local best practice? Where is the authority and where is that coming from? And I think it's important we know the source of where these things are coming from, so that we know our boundaries of, stay in our lane. We're not going to dictate to local school districts how they have to do policy or case or so forth. So we are going to discuss statutes, and I appreciate that being a part of that discussion. So, yes, Representative Getz.
Thank you very much. And I won't go into my personal side today. I'll wait for the ground rules to make sure I'm in the boundaries. But one thing, it's been a theme throughout the last few people who have spoken, just in these models right here. Intriguing, there are different ways of doing it, but I think one thing that's missing for me to be able to say, yeah, we should do it that way is kind of what we all deal with in any position is there's a customer satisfaction value of what is working in outcomes. Outcomes is a huge deal, but how Jason Getz is doing with his son Mason as a student who has special needs. And that can be very anecdotal, but it can't be overlooked, because it's like, that's how we're all, in a sense, sitting at this table. Is somebody either voted for us or appointed us or said, you're hired for this. And that customer satisfaction, how do these different models in those states stack up? And do people like operating inside of those? And I know sometimes like, well, I just want to get it to the outcomes. Well, I think those outcomes a lot of times come from people being satisfied by what they're working in, that the funding is there, but also it's not a cog in the wheel every single day of what I'm operating in. So it's talking around kind of what we're all maybe saying, but just maybe a little bit more information to refer back to Representative Estes, but on do the states actually like how this is going, or are we a little bit, and by what groups? Do the Republicans like it in some states, and do the Democrats like it in others? And I'm not trying to go there, but there's different mindsets towards what's working and what is then consensus in a state of, yeah, we really like this. And we could all buy into this, because that's really what this is about. I mean, this is public education. It's got to be a total buy-in and a compromise to get there. So it's just my thoughts, and I may share about my IEP experience tomorrow. So thank you.
I've said it a bazillion times, as our teachers go, so go our students. I think that we're going to see, in my opinion, in my experience as a teacher, as an administrator, so much hinges on that teacher in that classroom. And to me, Representative, to your point, as far as parents and customer satisfaction, in my experience, it has 99.9% to do with the love and care and compassion and competency of the teacher dealing with that student. And I think it's amplified, in my opinion, for special education students and families. That's just been my experience. So as our teachers go, so go our kiddos. Senator Petty, I still have a sticky note here with your name on it. I want to make sure I did not overlook you. Did you have something, Senator Petty?
No, I had nothing further to add. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Dr. Ninswander.
On a positive from teachers, all of our teachers, grades K through 8, last year completed all the final letters training. And setting in those sessions when they were working, it was the first time in 35 years I've seen a generation of staff say, this is different. We've gone through things and we've tried things, but the younger, they were like, it was the light came on. So we went into the high school with that. We hired a letters trainer that will finishing up training to be our trainer for onboarding, but it was, and I was going to follow up to Representative Williams after Dr. Gibson finished, but we got on a bit. But anyway, it was the first time in 35 years I've seen a whole generation of young and veteran said this is it. So we're really excited about it. Because you're right, they are the ones that the parents talk to first, that the kids get the tiered support, all of it. So we're really excited about it.
That is something I really, truly, something that widespread, what you're sharing, experience, because, come on, let's be honest, those of us who've been around a while, we have veteran teachers. One of the best teachers I've ever worked with, I'm like, how have you survived all these years in this environment? And she goes, I don't get caught up in, the trends. I know how to teach my kids, and the attitude of this too shall pass, right? This is the latest thing. Wait a couple years, there'll be something new. So, she didn't get all gung-ho on everything that came down. She knew she was effective, and this too shall pass has been the mentality. So to hear you say that you really feel like this is that type of monumental is very encouraging. So thank you for sharing that. Representative Estes.
Questions for Dr. Ninswander. You said you guys are all done, or you're almost done?
Our K through 8 have finished all of their training. Now we provide continued follow-up. But then all new staff will need trained. And then we've hired an instructional coach, one of our teachers that will go around and work with all of our teachers, observe, monitor, provide resources. So, but we are fully K through 8. But then with a handful of turnover, we have some new ones that'll have to go through the whole training.
Is that of this year or last year?
That was last year. So this year was a lot of follow-up. We've been working with Greenbush, so they come out until we could get one of our teachers, and this is what Dr. Harwood was talking about with some of the federal that the state was paying to get them trained. We signed one of those up because we want to keep it going. So.
Excellent. So this is a year we're hoping to see advancement. So I wish you all well on your state assessments, because I've been anxious for us to get there to that point, because I think that's what what it takes. And if we don't start to see change, then we have a lot of tough questions to ask all of ourselves. I know our teachers are working very hard. And I feel like we're all more rowing in the same direction than we have historically. So I'll be looking forward to seeing, yes, absolutely.
Well, just one thing that they notice is while we were teaching passionately, we started recognizing when you look at the standards, when you have all the tiered in the same classroom, that we were teaching a lot to level 2, and realizing that while we are working really hard and teaching really hard, sometimes we weren't teaching at a rigor at maybe a level 3. And that gets exhausted, but once they really got into it and looked what they were doing, sometimes it was our instructional practices that were holding us at a level 2 that we could then get to, well, wait a minute, we can be there and the kids will follow, but they're gonna perform at where we're at every day. So yeah, we're excited about it.
Have you noticed any trends from your formatives to make any predictions? And this is a little bit harder than predicting the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it is, because we do our local assessment, we do the formatives, and what we look at, there's not always a direct correlation. Why is it on Fastbridge they're performing well here, but then they get to the CAP, the state assessment, and they're here? So we're really, next step is then we're really doing a vertical and a horizontal alignment to make sure our standards are where we need to be, because it's not, so, but yes, we're, this upcoming year, all of our professional development days are really that, making sure that I can look at 4 different data points. They're all going to tell me a little bit different about each child, but overall, what is it that the child may or may not be at, or what could be, because I'm not getting them at the level they could just because of my core instructional practice. So, but overall, it's the first time in all these years I've seen the whole generation excited about it, and that's fun.
Thank you for sharing that. I love the way that you're looking at your observations and because I hear a lot in what you're saying. I hear, here's where we're doing well, here's where we're not doing well, here's the questions that we want to answer about ourselves, and I think that's a good path to be on.
Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just makes me reflect. This conversation, I love hearing about all of the factors that you're looking at and the different ways that we're assessing the situation. I get frustrated sometimes when there is just that single test score that gets used, because my parenting experience was having my son, who is today a doctor, in 7th grade, they wanted to put him in remedial math because that state assessment score spring of 6th grade was so bad. You would have thought this kid couldn't add 2 + 2. It was his health. It was contextual factors in his life that meant that spring. My son spent a semester communicating with a whiteboard because of health issues. I thought we had to pull him and homeschool him. There's a lot that went into that. It was fortunate that there was a whole universe of other ways of assessing the situation, because that was that transition from elementary school to middle school. So the middle school folks did not know him. We had a principal who helped advocate for the situation and brought, his record spoke for itself. He needed some supports through 7th grade for sure, but got past those issues and clearly couldn't be prouder of the success he's found in life. So it was the people in the building. It was the the whole picture, not just that state assessment score, because that was, I got a very impersonal communication with his placement for math the next year based on just that spring state assessment score. So I know we have a whole approach to assessments. I know there's been a lot of work put into making sure there are multiple measures that are factored in, and I always appreciate when we see that in practice. Those state assessments are lagging indicators. We get them, they're not real time. They assess the past, and there's a role that they play, but I don't know that we want to anchor every decision that we make about whether it's money or policy, every decision anchored just on that single score, I think if I had a wish in this process, it's that we open ourselves up to more measures of success.
That's a very worthy, if we're going to direct resources, as we've kind of talked about, to what we know works and what are the indicators that we know would show us that we're directing those resources to what we know works. We've got to have a way to measure that. So what are those measurements? So, yeah. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really monumental and consequential task we've been given, and maybe the most impactful work in many of our careers. I'm pretty uncomfortable with an aggressive timeline. I worry that if we rush into this, we're going to make mistakes. We have been given until 2027, July, and it's been mentioned that our goal is to try to have a draft in the next 7 months, and I just feel like that's awfully aggressive and potentially unreasonable. I want to make sure that our formula is constitutional. I want to make sure that we don't fall back into the pattern of having lawsuits and wasting taxpayer dollars in that way, but also failing our kids in the meanwhile. My expectation is that we work really hard to avoid shortchanging our kids and families and avoid the future lawsuits, to make sure that we're funding public ed to the constitutional level. So I felt like it was really important that I come out and just say that. I don't want us to rush. And if we are voting on things tomorrow, I'm not sure I'm going to be really comfortable making hard decisions about special ed, for instance, tomorrow, if we haven't had time to see how it fits in the broader picture. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So just a clarification so we kind of understand. July 1st, 2027, we have to have something in place to fund our schools. And the reason that I think it's important, and by the way, I have no problem going back to leadership and saying, because as the chair, I had no idea how long this work would take us. So I thought, let's start with the two days. If we get to the point where I see we need to have more than that, I'm just going to give you a heads up, I'll go and request that, because I do feel like this is important, that we take the time necessary. I just, not having done this, didn't know how much time to allot. So I thought, we'll see how far we get each month, and if we need to have more days scheduled or tacked on, so we make sure we get a product. But the reason I think it's important that we have at least a product of some type, of some specificity going into next session is because those legislators are going to have to get a glimpse of that. They're going to have to start being familiar with whatever we are thinking or the direction we're heading, to get the input of the legislators who are only here between January and April or May before they have to go home and explain this, because that following session of the legislature is when they'll be voting on it. So I feel like we really need to have something in hand to vet, to start having those conversations around. So I agree. This is probably a process that we could spend 5 years really trying to get it just right. But unfortunately, that deadline of July 1st is not that what this task force chose. And so that I just want you to understand the rationale behind that thinking, and hopefully having something in hand to start letting legislators vet and be familiar with. Yes, Dr. Harwood.
So, just to kind of follow up on, I think that, I think this was our conversation tomorrow, and hopefully this is where it's going to go, is that when we talk about this, task force has to come up with a new funding formula by July 1 of 2027. In reality, all you have to do is change a date or something somewhere in between. And so I think that conversation tomorrow, after we hear from the 50 states folks again, is how much and what kinds of things are people thinking we need to do? If we're starting from scratch, I probably agree with Representative McDonald, 7 months is not a long time. If we're looking at, hey, here are some things we think need to be fixed and here are some things we think are okay, that's a whole different thing. And I think that's kind of where we need to get to at the end of the day tomorrow, is how much are we looking at? And then let's start biting off the pieces of what are we going to look at in June? What are we going to look at whenever we meet in July? Those kinds of things. Because if you're making small changes, we got plenty of time. If we're starting over, we probably don't have enough time.
You're exactly correct. And if I give the impression that we are voting and making definitive decisions tomorrow, I hope, other than the decisions being made of what do we think the scope of this is, so we can wrap our arms around a time frame, or can we agree that this is how we're going to approach this process and how we're going to treat each other and interact, and those types of decisions. As far as specifics, we have yet to see the runs of anything we might propose and how that would impact our formula. And you're exactly right. Right now, nothing has been decided as far as minor changes or over. That's what we need to start rolling up our sleeves tomorrow and doing. Up to this point, like I say, we've just been trying to provide the resources and background so that we can come tomorrow and start those discussions. But as far as making a definitive formula decision or vote tomorrow, Representative, if we gave off that impression, I'm sorry, that's not it. I would like to have some decisions about maybe having a better idea going forward how much time we're going to need based on the scope of the decisions we're going to make. So that's kind of the intent of tomorrow, but not necessarily to make specific formula decisions. Director Rooker.
So just to give back what I just heard to be sure we're all on the same page, I appreciate this clarification because several of us in the room do have some experience at this. I don't want to piecemeal different elements. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, from all of this information we've gathered related to special ed funding, we want to hone in on looking at what a certain set of adjustments might look like to the way statute currently is written. There's got to be some time for staff to go back to the agency to work. So that is what you're saying, is that we may talk tomorrow about, synthesize what we've heard about special ed and begin thinking about what we'd like to gather more information about, but we're not voting on, okay, for special ed moving forward, this is the Lego block that we're plugging into the formula that we're building.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, correct. We are way, in my opinion, and I hope from the discussion, not even close to those specifics until we do have, to Representative Estes and Williams, more specific data and those runs. What would this do to how we currently do business? What would that look like for our small districts, our medium, we need to, in my opinion, weigh all of that before we would say, we think this is the best path forward in a formula that's funding at the state level. So I hope that helps alleviate any fears that, maybe we're moving too fast. That has yet to be determined, how fast we will need to move and how much time it will take depending on the scope of our work. So, like I say, I think we've got a head start on tomorrow. Wrapping up today, is there anything else, any other questions before we depart? I will, okay, I'm getting these little, text messages, but I guess Post-it notes will do. I've got quite a collection here. Oh, yes, okay, we do have one little quick follow-up before we adjourn, but I will let you all know that just looking at tomorrow's agenda, again, we'll have Tamara do an overview of state statutes. We'll have a presentation from ECS. I was planning on having lunch provided. However, I was informed that there are several lunch meetings that people have planned since they're going to be in town tomorrow. And so I apologize. Normally I would have that provided, but you know what? Might be nice to get out and have a little break and have a little free time. So please plan your lunch and buddy up with some folks if you would like to, but you are on your own for lunch tomorrow. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to staff. They have one more thing we need to be aware of.
Madam Chair, task force members, thank you. I aired earlier on not calling your attention. There is one last document we provided for your review. It is a white memo on KLRD header that is an overview of excess cost. We'd had a request for just kind of how other states may define that term of excess cost or elements around that. And so my colleague, Elena had written that up, and I had aired in bringing your attention to it on my last presentation. I also would just note to the chair's point about any requests you have. Obviously, any of the three of us here would be happy to talk to you about it. We do still have the list from all of our prior meetings. I do promise we are working through it. If on any requests you have made or any future ones, any ability for priority elements you may have on them of timeframes you would like them in, or just whether this means more or less to you than other requests would be supremely helpful, just as guidance for us as we are doing them. So any kind of context to that would just be appreciated. Otherwise, we will get to all of them as quickly as we are able to. So we appreciate your patience.
Okay, anything else for the good of the whole? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you signaled me. Okay, appreciate everyone's attention today. We are going to adjourn, not re-adjourn. We are going to adjourn. See everyone in the morning at 9 a.m. Have a good evening.